All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's live stream of the market open. Today is currently December 19th. Jumping into things here on the charts. Right now, we have the Russell screaming higher up 0.77%. The SPY and the Q are kind of just a little bit weaker on the session, but still holding positive gains. So first things first, you have weakness in the semiconductors. NVDA gapping down pretty tremendously. Same thing with SMCI. AMD is under a little bit of pressure. But the semis here on the semis, the dollar did fall here pretty sharply, and the markets are still under a little bit of pressure in the semiconductor space. Yields are flat to negative, and you have the VIX, the UVXY ETF actually trying to push up. So lots of interesting price action here. Bitcoin did just sell off from the high. It made a high a few hours ago at 43,519, and it has sold off. So I'm looking at potentially playing some continuation weakness on the semiconductor space. I do like semis for some continuation weakness. All right, so markets are set to open very soon. Natural gas is getting pummeled here. So we are just positive. All indices are still positive. All right, I'm taking a short on Coinbase, 155.10 short, one entry. We are on the short side of coin already. Semiconductors are now firming up. All right, so coin is now starting to come in. You have strength in some of the crypto stocks. Pfizer's doing well. Amazon's up nicely. NVIDIA's trying to bounce. So is Tesla, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta. They're all trying to bounce to the high side here. So you are seeing the indices pushing up. NASDAQ new high. So the IWM is surging here. The IWM is ripping. Amazon's reversing from the highs. I'm going to take an Amazon short here, 154.40, 154.40 short Amazon, 154.40 short Amazon, 154.40. Starter position on Amazon, starter position in coin. So we are just playing a little bit on the short side here. Snapchat is getting hit pretty hard. Maybe that's going to spill over into some of the communication stocks like Meta and Google. We are seeing now the indices pulling off from the highs here. So NVIDIA is getting a pretty big buy program. So 154.40, we are short Amazon here, and we are pulling into the money here nicely. Coin, we're basically slightly out of the money. The UVXY is still green. Natural gas is getting hit down 3.64. Keep on watch this TUP. It's looking awful squeezy. Lots of volume coming in. Keep your eye on this TUP. It could be breaking out of this little inverse head and shoulders. So I'm still holding short coin, short Amazon. And those are really the only positions right now, day trades. But keep an eye on Tupperware Brands. That one could get squeezy. All right, so you're still seeing NVDA to be faded. Would not be surprised if Google's faded. Excuse me. And will we see the market gap up faded? I think it's very likely that we covered our Amazon short on that dump, AMZN. We covered that Amazon at 154.70. It's gone a little bit lower. Still riding our coin short, which you can see we went in the money nicely off of that 155.10 area, and it's up to all the way down to 153.75. But I want to see it fill that gap. Maybe I'm being greedy. Oh, AMD's ripping here. Snapchat's getting a bounce. Semis are bouncing. We've already taken profits on one trade. QQQ right back up. Buy the dip is coming into play here. Buy the dip is coming into play. All right, we're going to take a QQQ short. Let's take a QQQ short here. 408.10. 408.10. I just shorted the Qs at 408.10. It's a starter position. 408.10. Still seeing Bitcoin under a little bit of pressure. Bitcoin has gone back to the negative side, so we'll see if that translates into any weakness in coin. Right now, it's not doing so. So you have Microsoft now pulling in from the highs. It's looking like a short here. Microsoft, I'm going to take a day trade short, 371. Sorry, I dismissed my entry. I was going to fill at 371.80, but it started coming in on me. So QQQ is now coming in nicely, still holding a coin short. I'm going to add to my coin short here, 156.13. 156.13. I just added to the coin short. That's a 2/4 position short on coin. 156.13. So it brings the average up to 155.64. All right, and we're still holding this QQQ position. So again, the VIX is still seeing some accumulation despite all indices green. AMD's at the highs of the session. In terms of sectors that are all sectors are green except consumer staples, XLP. So let's check on something like Walmart. Walmart's getting hit pretty hard here, so staples are weak. Walmart's actually triggering a little bit of this head and shoulders pattern. So I'm going to grab a put play on Walmart. I'm going to grab 154.0 DTE puts, 154.0 DTE puts on Walmart, 154.0 DTE puts on Walmart. QQQ, new high of day. Qs are absolutely screaming higher here. Dollar's making a new low of day. Small caps are acting well. The Russell 2000 is screaming higher. So big push coming in the major indices. Still riding a Q short, a coin short. So you have the Russell up 1.62%, absolutely screaming higher here. Screaming higher. All right, CGC, if we can get a close, this is looking like a long trigger here. Super, super risky, but CGC is looking like a long trigger. I don't want to chase it yet, but it is looking, keep on watch. CGC for long. Let's see this Carvana. That one's also pushing up. FSR. UPST. Wow. Massive moves. Our heavy volume is coming in Tupperware brands. Heavier volume is coming into Tupperware, so keep that on watch. We're still holding this QQQ short, just one fill entry. We're tapping this pre-market high and getting slightly rejected. Still holding a coin short, which we're in the money nicely now. All right, Qs are dumping a little bit heavier now. NVDA is coming down. I'm going to grab a... all right, no, I'm not going to grab that yet. Never mind. I'm just going to hold on to what we have. Liquid Fire. Dude, I love this live stream. Oops. I started following paper trading and followed the Tesla short of the weekend. Didn't see on, but I did get it out with a profit. I got spooked and bought it early, but definitely going to work on getting a membership. You also have insider swing and long entries. Yeah, that's right, Liquid Fire. Thanks. I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the support. Happy to have you tune in each and every day. I would be more than welcome to have you aboard our swing trading day trading service. Definitely try to just keep continuing to learn. Paper trading is a real smart thing to do if you're trying to navigate this market. It's absolutely very, very wise to do that. All right, so the Qs, we're now in the money on the Qs. You can see that it is dumping here, but I want more. I think the Qs can go negative based off of that initial opening weakness in the semis. You now have NVIDIA falling pretty sharply. The big question is, will the Qs drag down the Russell 2000? Dollars at the lows. So Bitcoin continues to sell with the dollar at the lows. Very interesting. High risk play on this TUP, guys. High risk play. But I'm going to take a long entry here at 193. 193 long entry on TUP. Okay, 193. It's a starter position. 1/4. This one is triggering this little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Upside squeeze could take us to about, see here, call it just over $2. That was a big bounce on the Qs. Big bounce. Bitcoin's still selling off. So I'm going to short Mara, M-A-R-A, M-A-R-A. I'm taking a short on Mara, 2118 fill. I just got filled at 2118. So we are short Mara and we're short coin. And we're seeing Bitcoin actually weakening here. It's negative now. Bitcoin is negative. So this should come in. You know, if we pull up the BTC USDT chart, take a look at that, testing the lows. And this is all happening while the dollar is falling simultaneously. Look at the dollar getting obliterated here. Absolutely obliterated. And Bitcoin is also falling pretty precipitously here. So I find that super, super interesting. Qs are also coming in sharply here. So we're still holding that QQQ short, a coin short and a Mara short, and a Walmart 154 0DTE put. Let's play ball. Let's see what we get. Markets are still under pressure. Come on, Qs, break this. Go to gap fill. Pre-market lows all the way down here. Pre-market high. Big dump on Bitcoin, guys. Big dump on Bitcoin coming in. Look at this dump on Bitcoin. Something is happening. Big dump in. Watch coin, watch Mara. Watch coin and watch Mara, guys. But that's a big dump. You are technically hitting support right now on Bitcoin. But it needs to hold this area. And again, the dollar is getting absolutely obliterated. Absolutely obliterated. All right, Tupperware Brands is squeezing. Keep TUP. I warned you about that ticker. TUP is starting to squeeze higher here. Bitcoin's still falling. Let's flip back to TUP because we are getting a nice wick higher here. This one could get nasty squeezy, like big time squeeze. Flip back to our QQQ, still riding a QQQ position on the short side, still riding a Mara coin, Walmart put, a TUP long. All sectors are actually still green. Excuse me. Amazon's making a new low of day. Bitcoin's down about 1% on the session. So you have Affirm up 14.3, Tesla up 1.19, Apple up 0.25%, NVDA down 1.8, Mara up 6% when Bitcoin is red. Let's see this CGen, CompuGen. What a candle. What a candle. All right, so Qs are trying to make another push up. High is going for SPY. SPY is going for high of day. Excuse me. Still have weakness in NVIDIA, but semis are holding on to positive gains. Tupperware brand is up 4%, so potentially watch that one squeeze. Small caps are strong, so it has the backdrop to do so. You have Carvana up 8% on the session. Natural gas is now down almost 4% on the session. Bitcoin is still potentially selling off here. Take a look at what Bitcoin is doing. Again, crypto stocks are diverging from Bitcoin. Bitcoin has tried getting above this head and shoulders neckline, and it did get above it. So technically it did negate it, but now you're trying to close back below it. The only level of support that you're testing is basically this downsloping trend line, which you can see we're actually piercing through it as we speak. So hopefully Bitcoin actually flushes here, because coin is certainly not reacting. Mara had a tiny pullback off of the highs, but really it hasn't reacted yet. And coin is just acting super resilient here. Based off of Bitcoin's price action, Coinbase should really be trading down here in the 150s. QQQ pushing right back up, testing the pre-market high here. You can see it's finding some trouble. Now we have a right shoulder that we're potentially forming. If you get a break of this neckline on the Qs, we will go negative on the session. If you get a break of this neckline, you will go negative. All right, so the Qs are seeing some sellers at that pre-market high. Now you have Coinbase coming in nicely. You do have Coinbase coming in pretty sharply. Amazon's getting hit. Apple's still remaining positive on the session. Microsoft is negative. NVIDIA is negative. Tesla's positive. AMD is positive. Amazon's negative. Google's positive. Meta's up by 2.5%. So Meta just continues to rip cheeks. All right, Bitcoin's getting a small bounce here. So small caps remain resilient on the session. Dollar still negative on the session, down by 0.37%. Silver is ripping, gold is ripping. How's oil doing? Natural gas getting pummeled. Oil's trying to move back up to the high side. All right, I'm going to take a Tesla short. It's a high risk play, but I am going to take a Tesla short 254.50. 254.50. 254. Whoops. Still writing my Amazon put, or sorry, my Walmart put, my 154.0 DTE put. Watching that closely. So Qs are still testing that pre-market high at 408.33, finding some sellers in there, some decent resistance. So you have the Qs now starting to peel off a little bit here. Big candle down on the Qs there. So that's right as we go in the money on our short on Tesla. That's beautiful to see. Still have the crypto stocks diverging. They're getting bought up when Bitcoin's selling. Potential head and shoulders on watch for a trigger here on the Qs. We're in the money on our Tesla position. We're in the money on our Walmart, our Q. Slightly out of the money on Coin and Mara. All right, big candle down on the Qs. We're now testing that neckline as we speak. This is a pretty big level for the market. Come on, break it. Break that neckline. Break that neckline, and we will see our Tesla position, our coin, our Q. Bitcoin's still selling here, and miraculously, these crypto stocks are not reacting. I'm going to add to my coin short here 157.16. 157.16. Wow, just a miraculous strength in this crypto stocks. 156.41 is my new average on coin. QQQ, let's check a look. Still testing that neckline. We're breaking it right now. Still holding a Mara short, a coin short, a QQQ short, a Walmart put, and a Tesla short. Amazon's coming in pretty hard now. Qs are still battling that neckline. You can see that there's sellers trying to break it. The bears are trying to break it. So keep watching the sectors now. You had all sectors green for a little bit. And now you're starting to see technology, the heaviest weighted sector, XLK, starting to turn potentially negative here. And mega caps might be under pressure. Amazon's down negative. Google's positive. Meta's positive. Tesla's up 1%. NVIDIA's down 1.5%. Microsoft's down 0.7%. Apple's about to go negative on the session. Coin and Mara are now only starting to come in. I'm still writing my QQQ short position. We will see. All right, Qs are getting a nice big bounce there. The Russell 2000 is starting to come in though now. Excuse me. All right, so markets are getting a bounce here. Qs still have not broken this neckline. We are just bouncing. You have a gap fill sitting around this 407.09. Lots of liquidity was traded in that gap fill zone. It likely means we will test it. Still holding a 1/4 position short Mara, a 3/4 position short coin, a Walmart put, a Tesla short, and a QQQ short, and a TUP long, which we're slightly out of the money right now on it. All right, AFRM looks a little bit wonky up here. I'm going to grab an AFRM day trade short here, 49.36 short AFRM. 49.36. All right, so the Qs are looking to come back down to this neckline again. Bitcoin's getting a nice, rather large bounce off the lows. Semis are weakening a little bit here. You have the SOXX seeing some sellers. And this is a big pattern on the SOXX that I'm watching. I mean, you can see it on the hourly chart. You can actually see it better on the 30-minute chart. Watch this neckline on the SOXX. If you break it, you could have a couple percent drawdown very quickly. But markets are still acting resilient here. And the dollar's still weak on the session. So we're just being patient with this market. Lots of distribution happening on the QQQ indice here. Coinbase is starting to rip again. Wow, crypto stocks are squeezing here. I'm going to add to my final entry on Coinbase, 159 Pierce. We're almost hit it. All right, I just added to my coin short there, 159.03. 159.03. So 159.03. My average is sitting now at 157.41 on this position. Still holding a Walmart put, a QQQ short, MARA short as well. And I'm about to add to MARA at 2160 or higher. So all indices are still green. All indices are still green. The Russell 2000 is starting to pull in from the highs. So I'm about to add to my MARA, MARA, my second entry, 2160 or higher. 2160 or higher. All right, there's 2160. I just got filled there. Just got filled at 2160. Bringing my average now up to 2143. Keep an eye on the Qs. Bitcoin is getting a nice little pop here. Still holding an AFRM short. A coin short, a Mara short, a QQQ short were flat. Took profits on our Amazon short. Still holding a Tesla short, a Walmart put. Pfizer's acting well today, up 2.64. I do hold a swing long in Pfizer. That's good to see. Pfizer's getting some good volume. Snapchat is weak on the session. Microsoft is weak on the session. Amazon's weak on the session, but Amazon's had a stellar run to the high side, so it's certainly nothing crazy. Qs are coming right back up. Notice this neckline was defended. Get ready to add to our Tesla short. All right, I'm adding to Tesla here 256.37. 256.37. It's a second entry on Tesla. Brings us up to 255.36. All right, so QQQ is now trying to push back for that pre-market high. Let's see if AFRM can come and break this neckline, but it seems that all the necklines have been defended these days. So Qs are still putting in potentially lower highs here. High, lower high, lower high, under pre-market high. So watching that closely. All sectors are green. Copper's green, oil's green, nat gas is red, lumber's green. QQQ's up 0.28%, SPY's up. What is the SPY up here? Where am I looking? SPY right now is up 0.36. Russell's up 1.29. So the Russell is certainly outperforming everything, but it has pulled in from the highs. Look at AFRM, that one we're in the money, still riding our coin. Unfortunately, that one has been resiliency. We are out of the money right now. Mara, we're slightly out of the money, but we only have a 2/4 position short in that indice. Qs are trying to push back up again. So NVIDIA is catching a nice bid off of the lows. So is Microsoft. We're testing that pre-market high yet again on the Qs, and we are trying to push through it. Excuse me. My voice is a little raspy this morning. So SPY is making a new 52-week high. A new 52-week high on the SPY. Qs are also making a new 52-week high. All right, so a lot of the mega caps are trying to firm up here. We're still riding our QQQ short. We're riding our Walmart put. We're riding a coin short, Mara short, AFRM short, Tesla short. All right, Q is getting rejected at that pre-market high yet again, but still holding firm. Still holding firm. Take a look at this AFRM. That's coming in nicely. So that one's testing a break of the neckline. That one's been one of the strong stocks all day. So that one's breaking the neckline. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's still trying to hover here and consolidate. Still off of our last entry. QQQ still getting rejected at that pre-market high. Mara is still squeezing. Coin is still at the highs of the session. Let's look at the Bitcoin chart. So Bitcoin's actually holding some support here. BTC, USDT. So you can see on the hourly chart, Bitcoin's bouncing off of support here. Let's see if it holds. Qs are trying to push up here. So really the next ad level on the Qs is only going to be at this 408.98 level. So Qs are about 30 cents away from all-time high. It seems like we want that zone. All right, I'm adding to my Mara 2201 short. 2201. So now my average is sitting at 2150. 2150. But Qs are still moving higher here, trying to trend. This is now negated, this head and shoulders. That is negated. Now the next resistance point on the Qs really, we've been trending higher here. Look at this huge wedge pattern that is forming on the Qs. Typically these wedge patterns break down, but we are acting strong here. All right, so dollar and yields are still negative on the session. They are still negative on the session. All right, so Qs are seeing some sellers taking hold here. And you can see we're coming up to this all-time high here on the Qs. We are so close to an all-time high on the Qs. Some would say no. What do I say? I say it's close enough. Close enough. But I've still only got 1/4 entry in the Q short here. Just waiting on things. We are still grinding higher. But we're pretty much at a double top on the QQQ trade. All right, so markets are still remaining firm at the highs. SPY new high. QQQ's pushing up as well. QQQ coins pushing. Semis are catching a bit. NVIDIA is still weak on the session, down 1.29%. Microsoft's also negative on the session. Bitcoin's negative on the session as well. Let's look at this CGC for a potential long. Let's see if we can play this one on a retrace. So this is high risk, but considering we have shorts on the market, CGC is getting a nice retrace. I'm going to go long here, CGC. at 50, 50.10. Long CGC, it's a 1/4 entry. Basically, I'll add if we get a retest of this lower boundary range here at 48 cents, but we are long CGC here at 50.10. 50.10. Microsoft's starting to curl over a little bit to the downside, so is Apple. So Qs are still trying to get above this pre-market high. Struggling though, it's not an easy thing to do. They're trying to consolidate above it. AFRM's coming back in, retesting the neckline, potential 10-minute topping tail on coin. A few red candles on Mara. Apple's starting to curl over a little bit here. Still holding a Tesla short, a Walmart put, an AFRM short, coin short, Mara short, Q short. Let's see if we can get some downside in this market. Qs are acting well. They're continuing to grind higher here. Qs were about 20 cents from new highs there. 20 cents. They are starting to come in just a little bit now. Hey there, Trade with SG. Welcome to the live stream. So we're just waiting on this market. We are grinding higher. Qs are trying to push for new all-time high. They're about 20 cents off of the all-time highs. So it's looking likely that we may get there. Dollars weak on the session today. Russell's up 1.49. SPY's up 0.4. Qs are 0.34%. Qs are actually the weakest indice out of all three major indices. You have NVDA negative and Microsoft negative. Google's up 0.6. Meta's the strongest, up 2.2. Tesla's up 1.83. And where's Amazon here? Amazon's also negative. So you have three mega caps negative on the session. but Qs are still trying to push up here. So we're still holding a QQQ short, an AFRM short, a Coin Mara short, Walmart put, CGC long, TUP long. And these are day trades. So definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. I run a swing trading and day trading service at the website above. Track insider buying and selling. Post daily analysis videos for my members. So you have oil up on the session by about 0.8%. Natural gas is getting hammered today on the downside. It's down 5% on the session. Let's actually just see if there's a trade on nat gas. I mean, you did get a pretty big bounce there. Very interesting. Very interesting. So what I'm observing here on the Qs was you had that heavy 10-minute reversal candle at the start of the session, and we haven't been able to confirm above that on the 10-minute basis for now 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes. So it's almost like we're in a distribution pattern here. Looks to be consolidating and trying to break out. All-time high is very, very close. We're about 20 cents off all-time high on the session. Apple's moving up nicely. New high on Apple. Microsoft's catching a bid, so that's going to help the Qs here. New lows on the Dixie. All right, get ready to add to our QQQ short. Basically, anything above 408.80, I will add to the QQQ short. So Apple's pushing higher, Microsoft's pushing higher, NVIDIA's curling over, Tesla's curling over. Meta's still holding at the highs of the session. No selling in Meta. Meta's this really, really strong horse. Very, very strong horse stock. Bitcoin is starting to see some downside. Again, the big divergence between crypto stocks and Bitcoin is amazing. You have Bitcoin slightly negative on the session, but you have coin up tremendously on the session. You have Mara up tremendously on the session. I'm watching it for a short trigger, a second entry on the Qs I'm about to add. It's not quite there, but I do like it at around that 408.80-ish area. Pierce that level. All-time high. We're about to test all-time high on the Qs. So markets are just floating and grinding here. Floating and grinding. Seems like there's no sellers in sight. Just looking at some headlines that have come across the board here. A lot of talks about a Fed pivot. Fed cuts, so markets are rallying on Fed cuts. Look at this BABA. BABA looks like it wants a continuation push to this gap. So BABA's looking like a long trade here. Just for a day trade, you are breaking this consolidation range, and you have a gap fill. Basically, a couple of them all the way up to 76, 74, and 75. So BABA does look like a long day trade. I do hold a swing trade with my members. We bought in at 70.70. So that's beautiful to see. We're up nicely on our BABA position. So about 6% on that trade. Pfizer, I'm also holding a swing trade along with Pfizer. We're in the money nicely. On Pfizer, this one looks like it wants to go to gap fill. Also, nice bullish consolidation trying to break out here. All right, Qs are pushing up. They're about to tap that all-time high price. Getting rejected. I still have not added to my Qs. We're still holding a Tesla short, a QQQ short, Mera short, Coin short, Affirm, a TUP long, CGC long, and a Walmart put. So we have a full docket of positions on the go. We're above pre-market high on Qs. We're below pre-market. We're above pre-market low as well. Pre-market highs is 408.33 in yellow. Pre-market low is 406.71. A negative divergence on the dollar, so the Dixie could be in store for a bounce here. The Dixie has been weak all morning, which is why the markets have been floating and grinding. Notice the Dixie had that initial fall, bounced, another fall. So we are coming right back in to this lower boundary support breakout zone here. We've had a couple hours of selling. A little bit of a divergence is occurring on the smaller term time frame, so it does favor a potential bounce. You have the Qs coming in a little bit more now. Qs are starting to come in. All sectors are still green on the session. All sectors are still green. Nice dump there on the Qs. Coin is now coming in, so is Mera. Qs are finding some resistance here. And Apple still remains up on the session. AMD's positive. Apple's positive. NVDA negative. Microsoft negative. Tesla positive. Amazon's negative. Google positive. Meta positive. Notice the Qs retesting that pre-market high. Big level on the Qs. Let's see what's happening with TSLA, the big old Tesla. So Tesla, we still hold a 2/4 position short. Average, we are out of the money, sitting at 255. I would not be shocked if Tesla actually came all the way back down to here today to retest this gap fill at 252. It's a big ask right now, but again, markets are phenomenally elevated. Still a continuation move here. We are putting in this potential wedge pattern on the QQQ chart. I'll actually just show you this wedge pattern here. So Qs are pushing for that all-time high. That's where we will add to the position, basically right into this trend line. All right, we just added to our QQQ short there, right at 408.79. 408.79 we added, brought our average up to 408.38. That was a big wick there. That was an all-time high pierce. The Qs just, congratulations, made a new all-time high. Wow, was that in anyone's playbook in 2022? Most likely not. But you can see the sell side pressure that came in right away. But the Qs did make an official new all-time high. We did add at that pierce. I prepped you. And now it is starting to come in. 4838 is our average on the QQQ short. So it looks like a lot of sellers are stepping into play there. Qs are now starting to come in. That was a big liquidity grab there on the Qs. We're back below pre-market low. Tesla's now falling some more. You still have strength in the IWM coming into play. So the IWM is still holding firm here. Qs are still selling. So you have Apple coming in now, Tesla, NVDA, Amazon. All the mega caps are simultaneously selling here at that all-time high pierce. That's a nasty little rejection. Big 10-minute candle forming. You have an upsloping wedge pattern is typically bearish. Look at this big breakdown coming into play. Here we go. Get ready for this breakdown because we are seeing it fall pretty sharply here on the Qs. Look at this. Look at this. All right, this is a beautiful sell side pressure right at the support wedge. If we break this wedge, we're probably going to gap fill. All right, so that's going to be nice for our QQQ short. We're in the money deep now. Still riding a Tesla short and a firm short, a coin, a Mara, a Walmart put, a Tesla short, a TUP long, CGC long. Look at this dump. Getting wicked back up here. We are getting wicked. It's a lot wicky here. But that's a big dump. And again, gap fill sits all the way at around 407.09 on the charts. There's a strong chance we could see that gap fill. But you have some pretty nasty 10-minute candles forming on the Qs, bearish engulfing candles everywhere. And this is why we just slowly inch in on the short side. And I'm just riding. I'm riding my short on the Qs. Let's go, baby. Come on, baby. Flush it. We want to see some more downside. I think that there's a strong chance we can see more downside in this market. All indices are still positive on the session. Qs are the weakest one right now, which is why we're kind of picking on it. All right, so even coin is now starting to come in. You broke that bearish wedge. Now we wait for bearish consolidation. You're back under pre-market high. Let's see what Coinbase is doing. Coinbase is slowly starting to come in from the highs. We are out of the money on coin. Let's see what Mara is doing. Mara is also holding up at the highs. We are also out of the money on MARA. I'm going to add to my Mara position right here, 2192, 2192. That's a third entry on the short side. Brings my average up to 2170. 2170. Qs are getting a big wick up here, retesting the trend line break of that wedge pattern. So I added to my CGC long position at 48.53, pretty much right at this level here. And it brings my average in nicely to about 49.23. So we're holding a long on CGC, still a long on Tupperware brands, a Walmart put, Tesla short, coin short, Mara short, firm short, QQQ short. Dollar is trying to bounce a little bit here. The dollar is trying to bounce. So nice big bounce on the dollar coming into play. Just so happened to correlate with an all-time high pierce on the Qs. Still holding my QQQ short, Tesla short, coin short, Mara short, firm short, CGC long, Tupperware brands long, Walmart put. Let's see if we can get some continuation. You still have accumulation in the VIX. The UVXY is green on the session, despite all indices being green as well. AFRM looks like it wants to potentially curl over and break this neckline. We've bounced off of it now once, twice, three times. Therefore, this level has been weakened, but still a strong name. It got an upgrade. We'll see if it can break this key trend line. So Qs did get rejected at that all-time high. Look at this nasty little 10-minute engulfing candle. Even on the hourly chart, it's shaping up to be pretty nasty. Could be a pretty nasty candle on the daily as well. A little bit of a bear flag forming. We should expect some lower price action. But markets are still remaining resilient. People are wanting to chase it up here at the all-time highs after we've been up about 8 weeks consecutively in a row. The market is never wrong. The market is never wrong. Still a lot of green in this market. Lots of pockets of strength. Solar stocks are ripping today. Solar stocks, crypto stocks, some commodity stocks, gold and silver. SMCI is dragging the semis down. So is NVDA. BABA's up a couple percent. Lots of small cap stocks. Ooh, Pfizer up 3.18%. That's brilliant now. That is amazing for our Pfizer long. Beautiful to see. I like seeing that. I like seeing our Pfizer catching a bid. Nat gas is still down 5.15%. Massive moves lower in the nat gas space. It actually is looking like a potential long trigger here, day trade, but it is putting in bearish consolidation to potentially move lower. Still holding a coin short, Mara short, AFRM short, CGC long, Walmart put, a Tesla short, and a QQQ short, which were nicely in the money. So we're just waiting off of this market. You can clearly see that all-time high pierce, which was your all-time high was sitting at that 408.73. We pierced it, made a new all-time high, and sellers just absolutely emerged and slammed it right back down. Take a look at this weakness in NVIDIA. NVIDIA going lower. Now you have Apple also pulling in from the highs here. Tesla's remaining strong. Meta's starting to pull in from the highs. Google looks like it wants to go negative. Let's see how the S&P is doing. S&P is also starting to curl over here a little bit to the downside. Let's take a look at the Russell 2000. That is the strongest index right now. Also, the Russell appears to be putting in a potential head and shoulders pattern here with a nice little bear flag. You can see we're breaking that neckline right now. So this is a technical short on the Russell 2000. TNA ETF. That is a technical short on the Russell 2000. NVIDIA is making new lows here on the session, or actually just testing the lows. My apologies, just testing the lows. Canopy growth is growing lower. I will do one final add on Canopy growth at the lower level of around 47.36. That'll be only my third entry, but I won't add to the position after that because it is looking a little bit vulnerable. You finally have MARA coming in nicely, which we're almost flat on that trade. Coinbase is still up nicely on the session. Bitcoin is starting to see some more sell side pressure coming into play. But the big question is this going to create a little inverse head and shoulders, or is it going to slam through and create a lower high? So lots of little interesting tidbits of patterns to watch unfold. Qs are putting in still a bearish consolidation. You got that range break. Often you get that retest back to the high end of the range. You're under pre-market high. We'll see if we get any more follow through to the downside. Big retest on the Qs. Big retest. We're retesting the wedge pattern. Big bounce coming into the Qs. Qs are trying to get back above this key neckline or trend line. Big push up and affirm. The Q's also got a nice bid there. Back above, back inside this trend line. So we got a nice bullish close back inside. Good recovery from the bulls. Stepping right back in, testing this pre-market high area again, right at our short level. All right, affirm is hitting double top. I'm adding to my affirm here 50-50, 50-50. AFRM, I just added to my affirm short at 50-50. So 49.97. QQQ still pushing up here. Q's right back up. So that initial sell side pressure swooped in and right back up. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more selling here. Qs are still had a nice terrific bounce, recaptured inside the wedge pattern. The wedge pattern has been recaptured. Back above pre-market high. Resiliency remains in the market. Resiliency remains. It seems like no one wants to sell any positions here in 2023. Apple new high of day, pushing up. So markets made a new all-time high on the Qs with this pierce, and then you saw a huge rejection. Got a bearish break of this wedge, and now you've got a nice recovery by the bulls pushing back in. Now what I'm looking for, since we've recaptured that wedge pattern, are we going to create now a potential head and shoulders pattern here? This is now in the formation of a right shoulder. Your neckline would be right here. So watch what type of price action we form here. If you take out this high pivot, obviously it negates it, but watch for a potential right shoulder development here on the Qs. And if this pattern does form and we get a break, you could definitely see it move down to 406. But again, if this negates it, takes out the high, then we could actually push up to about, I have the next resistance sitting around 409, about 409.20-ish. So it's going to be a pretty big inflection point here for the Qs. Let's see what we get. SPY is pushing up. Russell's still also holding strong near the highs of the session. Dollar's making a new low, so that's why the markets are grinding higher here again. The dollar is making a new low on the session. All right, I'm going to add to my Tesla short momentarily here. All right, I'm adding to my Tesla short 257.55, 257.55. Qs are still pushing. So I did add to my Tesla position 257.55. So 257.55. Average is now 257.55. So we are slightly out of the money. Sorry, 256.33 is my average. Let's look back at the Qs. Still holding a coin short, a Mara, an Affirm, a CGC long, a TUP long, Tesla short. Let's see what type of action we get. CGC is starting to perk back up here. So hopefully CGC gets a nice big pop. Dollar is down nicely on the session, down 0.42%. Yields are all down as well. You still have some accumulation occurring in the UVXY, so a volatility index. That has actually slowly been accumulating each and every day as the markets are green. This is also still continuing to move up. It's a big divergence. You've had the last 3 days the market's green, and also volatility is catching a bid here. So downside protection is being bought slowly. NVDA is still weak on the session. Microsoft is also negative despite the Qs grinding higher here, up 0.39%. Russell's up 1.6%, and SPY's up 0.44% on the session. Tesla's gunning for a new high of day. Are we forming a right shoulder here, or are we going to push through? Let's see. My best guess is, since we had this huge hard sell side pressure coming in, I think we may curl over a little bit. This high should hold in place. Now, I mean, the volume has been pretty light the last day. SPY is also pushing for a new high of day. So SPY is seeing some strength. Still riding a TUP long. We're down about 1 penny on the trade. I'm riding a 154.0 DTE put on Walmart. I'm riding an Affirm short, a Coin short, Mara short, Tesla short, and a QQQ short. Markets are acting well though. SPY did just make a little bit of a new high there. So notice the Qs are still off of their highs, but SPY did make a new high. QQQ, heavy volume coming in on the Qs here. Heavy volume coming in on the Qs. NVDA is still weak on the session. Bitcoin's still negative. NVIDIA is still negative. Those are two little sentiment gauges. Small caps still remain strong. Small caps are watching though. I'm watching this IWM pattern because it looks like it wants to also potentially break down here. I'm still watching this breakdown. You know, this could be a big breakdown. This is the leading indice today. We have to get that little peekaboo close, and then it got bought back up. All right, so Qs looks to be creating that lower high. Notice the heavy volume on this candle, heavy volume on this candle, the wicks. So there's a seller there, and this is now forming a right shoulder. Okay, the right shoulder is potentially forming. We need to see if we get a break of the neckline. The neckline was defended once, twice, 3 times, 4 times today. Will the 5th time break, or will it be defended again? Big drop on AFRM there. The Qs, Tesla pulling in from the highs, Apple still remaining strong, Bitcoin still selling. Testing pre-market high on the Qs again. I'm in the camp we actually break it, but we just have to be patient. We'll see. All right, so a big bounce coming into the Qs. So Qs are making a series of higher lows. That's a positive for the market. Higher lows on the Qs are being observed. Here's your low, higher low, higher low, high, lower high. So we're stuck in a little bit of a wedge. All right, there's the break. So this right shoulder is starting to be negated. We didn't get the close, so it's still technically valid. But as soon as it closes above this wick, it negates the head and shoulders pattern. This right shoulder is still valid, but it is looking like it wants to push up. Volume is increasing there. SPY is at the highs of the session. All right, there's the big push in the Qs. So this right shoulder's almost been negated. You still haven't closed above this wick. Still have not closed above that wick. You've wicked, but you haven't closed above it. But it's looking likely that you may. Dollars at the lows, Qs are at the highs. So markets are just grinding and floating here on the lower yields, the lower dollar. VIX is still being accumulated. The UVXY at least is being accumulated. Walmart's starting to come in. I'm still holding that 0 DTE put on Walmart. Let's see if Walmart can get some more downside action. But staples have been the weaker sector, down or up the least on the session. But we're looking for a 140 put to go in the money on Walmart. And you can see Walmart has put in lower highs, also a little bit of a head and shoulders potential. If we test this neckline, we will see it potentially break. Let's flip back to the Qs. Look at this like rising wedge pattern on the Qs. If you draw it from this low all the way back here to that pivot, you can see the range we've just been stuck in, trading in. This is a rising wedge pattern. Rising wedge patterns typically end in lower price action. AFRM, we're back in the money. Coin, we're out of the money. Mara, we're out of the money. Walmart, we're waiting on that. That's getting a pretty big candle down. Let's look at our XOM trade. I am long XOM with members. We got an entry on our XOM all the way down here at 97.93. All right, so we're appearing to negate this right shoulder here because we are getting what appears to be a close above there. It still hasn't happened yet. Believe it or not, it still has not happened yet, but it's looking very, very likely. And we'll know in 20 seconds, give or take. Crypto stocks are still remaining resilient here. All right, Q's just got a nice close there. 1 minute close at a new all-time high price. Q's did get a close, so that pattern has been negated. Does suggest we have a little bit more upside in the tank now since we got that close. Dollar still at the lows. SPY's pushing up in squeeze mode right now. Still have NVIDIA not really participating too much here. Walmart's coming in sharply. AFRM, we're in the money by about 20 cents or so, give or take. Mara, we're out of the money. Coin, we're out of the money. Again, I still find it very weird that crypto stocks are up so much when Bitcoin's not really up. It's actually negative on the session. So it's probably the small cap indices dragging this higher, but yeah, Liquid Fire. I do plan to continue the stream. I try to go like all day, most days, when I have the time. But it is my full-time job trading here, so I try to do it as much as I can. Sometimes I'm on the road and the Wi-Fi on TradingView doesn't actually allow some streams to be conducted. You know, if I stay at my girlfriend's place or if I'm out on the road, sometimes hotel Wi-Fi isn't as strong and you can't do live streams, so therefore I don't do them. But when I'm at my home office where I have my multiple screens, my strong Wi-Fi connection, I will do the streams pretty much every day. So QQQ, still seeing some sellers. I'm still holding short Qs. I never officially added. I still have only a 1/4 position in the Qs. 1/4 position. Still holding a Canopy Growth long, a Tupperware Brands long. NVIDIA's curling over to the downside. So SPY is just floating up here. S&P is just continuing to grind and float. So Qs have made a new all-time high price. SPY has not. All right, I'm adding to my Q short here, 408.88, 408.88. I just added to my QQQ position, 408.88. It's a second entry short. Brings me up to 408.64 on the short side. Apple's ripping new high of day. That's going to help the Qs drastically. All right, I just added to my MARA at 2243. 2243. So it brings my average up to 2203. 2203. Qs are still holding up. NVIDIA's curling over to the downside. Amazon's also curling over. Apple remaining strong, Microsoft remaining strong, Meta remaining strong. Google sort of mixed. It's putting in lower highs. Looks like it wants to gap fill. So this slow grind and float is, I've seen this play out a lot of times. The slow grind and float tends to actually end up with a big sell side candle at some point. This is a form of distribution occurring. It could be a trend day, but I'm thinking that we're going to actually see some downside. We're back in the money on our AFRM short. So that one is trying to retest the breakout zone here, as well as the support, this confluence zone. So AFRM, we're back in the money. This one I still could see going much, much lower on the session. Let's look at IWM. IWM is still continuing to grind higher here. What you could be putting in here on IWM, it's kind of interesting. You have this little channel that we've just been chopping in on IWM. And if you break this little neckline, QQQ, let's check that out. All right, so we're seeing some heavy rejection coming in to Tesla at the highs there, putting in a nice little 10-minute reversal. Apple's also putting in a 10-minute reversal, but Microsoft's trying to firm up here. Snapchat is back to the negative side. That one went from red to green and now back to red. Qs are just at the high end of the wedge pattern here. A little bit of a bearish divergence occurring on the Qs, the RSI. All right, so the Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nothing crazy here, nothing crazy, just a small amount of sell side pressure. The volume today on the SPY is very, very light. Lighter volume does favor upside. Lighter volume typically means that there's not really much selling transpiring. Still have NVDA down 1.86%. Microsoft's also red, down 0.9%. Apple's up 0.42%. Amazon's down 0.8%, 0.08%. Google's up. Meta's up. Meta is pulling in from the highs just a little bit here. Nat gas still down 4.41% on the session. SPY is pushing for a new high. The Russell 2000 keeps grinding higher. AMD has put in a nice daily topping tail. That one looks primed to see some more profit taking. Still holding my Tesla short, my Q short, my Mara coin, Walmart put, TUP long, Canopy growth long. All right, so the Qs are now making a bigger break here to the downside. So we're back in the money on that position. We are back in the money. You still have a massive gap fill down here on the Qs. Don't be surprised if the Qs fall. Semis have not been the strongest sector today. So we're still riding our shorts down. We're in the money on our Affirm trade, but it is hitting some support now. Qs are seeing a bigger breakdown occurring. The UVXY is still green, which is telling me what? People are buying downside protection. Smart money is accumulating some downside protection. Whether or not it's for this year or heading into next year, smart money is buying downside protection. So you have to be paying attention to that. All right, bigger dump. Qs are testing pre-market high yet again. I'm starting to see a little bit more red on the screen coming into play. AMD is almost going to go negative. That's a big shift. AMD has been a leader all throughout this rally. So pay close attention to AMD moving forward, because look at that sell side program. You know, huge rally today, and then it's given basically everything back. So this is shaping up to be a potential high pivot top on AMD. That is shaping up to be a potential top. Nice little topping tail forming on AMD here. And again, AMD has been one of the strong horses in the semiconductor space. Even take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is at the highs of the session. Let me just erase some of these trend lines, my day trade levels previously. But NVIDIA is now down a couple percent on the session and selling. You know, it looks like NVIDIA wants to retrace back down to 466. Look at this QQQ sell coming in, guys. So this is what we've been waiting for. Look at this move. This is not healthy. You see a move from 383 all the way up to 488. Like, look how steep that is. No pullback. So, I mean, just a simple retrace off of this move, a 50% retrace. You know, it takes you back down to 395. That implies a drop of roughly, from current levels, 3.16% should occur. That would be a healthy pullback in the market. Just going to keep this fib retrace up because it does give you a nice little potential target of where we could go. Bouncing off of pre-market high here again. Still holding an Affirm short, a Coin short, a Mara short, a TUP long, a CGC long, and a Tesla short. Let's play ball. Apple's pulling in from the highs now. So it's just a matter of being patient with the market. Everyone wants instantaneous day trades to work out within the first 10 minutes. Those are generally the best setups that do. But sometimes you have to sit through a little bit of chop and slop and distribution before the trades work out. So we're in the money on our Qs. We're in the money on our Firm short. We're slightly down on our Coin short. We're slightly down on our Mara short. And we're slightly down on our Tesla short. We already closed Amazon for a nice little profit earlier in the session off of that short, off the market open. And we're just waiting on a few other positions as we speak. A few other positions. Now the next wedge pattern to break on the Qs is really going to be this high pivot zone here. But again, bouncing, the continuation bounce, the strength remains, the market exuberance remains. Yeah, Dane, that's a good observation. You're right. The down moves have seen heavier volume. That's typically when you see, obviously, buyers and sellers coming into fruition. But the volume actually is fairly light today. And you're right, it has been heavier on the sell side. But the volume is fairly light today on the S&P 500. I mean, what are we? We're approaching the 11:30 time frame. We're at 15.31 million shares. So typically the rule of thumb is at noon you can double the volume. So say we're at 20 million shares on the SPY. At noon you can double that to 40, and that should be what we trade. But it's a light volume session. This is very, very light. So again, lighter volume favors upside because it means there's not much selling pressure. But if you start selling off on light volume, then that's concerning, because then that's showing that the liquidity on the buy side is running out. So again, lighter volume does favor upside, but you could, if you start selling off, it's on lighter volume. It's never really a healthy sign from my technical standpoint. All right, Bitcoin's now starting to come in just a little bit here. Let's flip back to that BTC chart, since we do hold a couple positions on the short side. So BTC is falling here. This should help push down our coin trade and Mara trade. I will be right back. All right, so bigger fall coming into Bitcoin. Qs are also seeing some distribution here. Amazon's coming in. Tesla's remaining strong. Microsoft's remaining strong. So is Meta. So really weakness in Apple now, or in Amazon. My apologies, Amazon. Qs are still at a resistance trend line, trying to get above it. Coin is coming in pretty heavy right now off of Bitcoin. Hopefully we see Bitcoin really start to move. Let's look at the Dixie here. Dixie's trying to create some higher lows here. You know, you are forming this little bit of a wedge pattern. So we'll see if that breaks up to the high side. Qs are still fighting. Still in the money on Affirm. Basically almost flat on CGC, flat on our QQQ. Watch that IWM. That could be breaking lower here. Oh. Big breakdown coming in the Qs and the S&P here. So watching for more downside. Big breakdown coming in. This is potentially a lower high. Let's see if we get a break. Finally, a trend directional break. Big bounce back in the Qs again. Same thing with the SPY. All right, big breakdown in the Russell 2000. So this could continuation and drag the indices down. And I'm seeing a big bearish break on the Russell. You can see we're actually breaking this trend line here on the Russell. Now you will have some support back at this breakout, but watch for weakness to creep in the other indices. The Russell's been the leading indice all day, and you're getting a little bit of a bearish breakdown occurring here. Let's see how the Qs respond to that. All sectors are still green on the session. SPY seeing some heavy sell side. So were the Qs. So this market is there's another pull up on SPY? Another pull up on DZS Sniper. What do you mean? Another pull up on SPY? What does that mean? You looking for upside? Is that what you're saying? Is that your question? I'm not following. You want to ask your question again? And hey there, Bernard. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So right now we're holding a QQQ short. We are in the money slightly on our Qs. We're holding a Mara short, coin short, a CGC long, a Tupperware Brands, TUP long, a Walmart put, that one's going against us, and a Tesla short. And we're just waiting on things here. We are just waiting on the market. It's been grinding, making higher lows, making higher highs. Technically, that's an uptrend. But the SPY is actually making a lower high potential here. So we need to watch for maybe some continuation weakness creeping into this market. The Qs did hit a new all-time high today. SPY has not hit a new all-time high, but the Qs did hit a new all-time high. So certainly impressive on the Qs end. Dixie's breaking down again. That may help the markets. All right, Dixie's testing the lows of the session. So the DXY, the dollar, is testing the lows of the session. It just made a new little low. And I encourage everyone to check out my tradingcapital.ca. I run a swing trading and day trading service. I track all insider buying and selling and report it to my members, the important, unusual insider buying and activity. We also do daily analysis videos, weekly sector reviews. You get access to all of my position trade alerts, live trade alerts, entries, exits, targets, position size. We've done quite a few different trades in December. We've already closed a couple winners. A little bit of insight into what we're trading here at Trading Capital. We have a long on Alibaba with members. I entered at 70.70 down here. We're up nicely. We have a long trade on XOM. Again, none of this is financial advice. It is a little bit late to the party. I don't suggest chasing these. We had a long on night at XOM at 98.05, which were nicely in the money. We also have a Pfizer long, PFE, which were in the money. So those are just some of our swing trade longs right now that we have on the books. Let's flip back to the Qs here. QQQ. And we're just slowly waiting. Market is still in grind mode, just grinding one bar at a time. Nat gas getting some relief. Let's take a peek at nat gas there, Dane. So yeah, nat gas has had a nice bounce off of the lows, creating a little bit of a higher low situation here. So that is a really good reversal on nat gas. If you're able to trade that, that's an epic reversal on nat gas. Just think there's some profit taking occurring since we hit this big pivot zone, but this is a nice retrace that has occurred, and it actually is shaping up for a little bit of a higher push coming up into play. Let's see what the SPY is doing here. The SPY is back to pretty much the highs of the session there. Let's see what the IWM is doing. So remember, the IWM did trigger the break of this upsloping trend line. You're likely going to get a retest. We'll see if it gets rejected or if it can recapture the main trend. Still holding a TUP, Tupperware Brands long, Canopy Growth long. Let's look at that CGC trade. So CGC 1 minute chart, we're basically flat on the trade. We've added twice to the position. We have one more entry on CGC, but I don't think I will be adding again since we're getting a nice little move off of the lows here on CGC. I could honestly see a retrace back on CGC all the way back up here, which would be roughly a 5% move from current levels. So watching that closely. Tesla, we're slightly out of the money still. Same thing with Mara and Coin. Philip, thank you for joining in here. Thank you for joining, Philip. Appreciate the support. I will be sending you your welcome email momentarily here. So just bear with me here, Philip. I will send you your welcome email. All right, Philip, if you're in the stream, I just sent you your welcome email, so definitely look out for that. Stock crypto. So Brent oil crude. Let's touch base on crude oil here for Philip. So I did touch base with you momentarily ago that I am holding an XOM long. So obviously that likely means I'm bullish on crude. My members actually bought USO. I gave the alert signal to buy USO down here at 64.14. Now, full disclosure, we did exit our USO at 67.47 for a nice, just quick 5% profit in 3 days. But that being said, I'm still holding my XOM long, which is a direct energy play exposure. You can see you have this downsloping wedge. It's broken out. But let's look at the crude price action here. WTI crude obviously hit that massive support trend line. Massive pivot to pivot to pivot. and you're now getting a bounce, I think you get a minimum retrace back up to this upsloping trend line, which puts you right around there. And why is that resistance? Well, if you take your trend line tool and you go all the way back to your COVID low here, it's a massive pivot, massive pivots in the summer. That's where you had your bearish consolidation breakdown. You should get a retest there. That's probably where I think crude kind of just stops in the near term, and then it will need to consolidate the move. But right into this 75, 76 areas where I think crude oil will actually probably run into some sellers again. If it can consolidate bullishly, create a nice little bull flag right underneath this resistance, then it could pop up into this $79, $80 barrel area. But it's not my base case. I actually think we just move up to the 76 area, and then we get rejected and actually make a new low. So just monitor crude carefully because, again, the dollar's been weak, so it's given every ample opportunity. Sorry, there's a blender going. Just give me 1 second. All right, guys, so we're seeing Canopy move up here. So watch Canopy because this one's a high flyer. I will take profits quickly if we shoot up. So just keep that on watch. We are seeing the crypto market break down some more. So MARA is finally starting to cooperate here. Basically, our average is sitting at 2203. I haven't adjusted that. So we're basically just flat on the position. We're still holding a coin short, COIN. And just bear with me, guys. I see some comments in the videos regarding the Qs taking off, regarding oil, regarding UT. What is that ticker? USTEC. The Qs, honestly, Bernard there, the Qs have taken off already. Like, I mean, look at this daily chart. Like, are you talking just intraday action? Like, the Qs made a new all-time high today, and we're actually consolidating right above it. So I think that there's going to be a lot more profit taking that occurs in the Qs. But needless to say, we will see what happens here. All right, so there's a couple tickers here. I'm still holding a QQQ short, coin short, Mara short. We're in the money on Mara, CGC long, TUP long. So look at CGC. If CGC pops above 50 cents, I may start trimming some profits. It's around 49.85, so we are in the money just over 1% on that trade. Big dump coming in on Mara. MARA. Maybe there's some news on a shelf offering. That would not be surprising. They did float that shelf offering news out on Mara quite a long time ago. That would be interesting to see if that actually comes to fruition. But this one's just so parabolic here. And you did put in a little bit of a negative divergence today. But Mara's coming in. Let's flip back to the QQQ position here. And again, I'm going to look at some of these other tickers that you guys are putting in. But just bear with me while I readjust here and get my bearings on this market. So again, I'm still holding a Walmart 154.0 DTE put. I'm holding a Tesla short. I'm holding a coin and Mara short, a CGC long, and an AFRM short, and a QQQ short. The Russell's breaking down now, but let's look at some of these tickers that you put in. So I'm short in the USTEC. So I don't even believe I've traded that ticker, USTEC. So I think it's an ETF. What is it here? Is this some oil there that you're talking about, DZS Sniper? Are you talking about USTEC? Is that the Black Bull ETF? I assume it is, because that's really the only US market. That's Swiss. Don't know what that is. Looks like something else. So I assume it's this. Short in the USTCC. Is this the ETF DZS sniper that you're short? Just put in the comments this USTECF. I've never really traded it. I mean, it could be a Swiss ticker or it could be this NASDAQ 100, this one. NAS 100. Yeah, so it's just, I guess, another play on the QQQ. NASDAQ 100, NDX, variety of tickers. All right, you are seeing the Qs, seeing some more sell side pressure now. Now, big drop on Tesla coming in. Big drop on Tesla. All right, Qs are seeing some heavy downside selling. Big sell side candles coming in the Qs, guys. All right, well, since I'm seeing the markets breaking down here, I'm trimming my CGC. I'm going to sell CGC here at 50 cents. So locking in profits. I just sold at 50 cents here, CGC. I repeat, I just sold at 50 cents. There's CGC. So we banked about, what is that, just over 1% on the trade. It is pushing higher here, but I'm taking at least 1.57% on that long trade. So we are out of, or I'm out of CGC, still holding a QQQ short. And this one appears to be now breaking a key trend line. Your wedge pattern is breaking. This wedge pattern does suggest we could flush down to 407 on the charts, so be mindful of that. I'm still holding a Tupperware Brands long, a Mara short, Coins short, Firm short, Q short, Tesla short. Let's take a look at Tesla. So Tesla coming in hot here. You're short in the USTEC DZS sniper. It's basically just a NASDAQ 100 short. I think that's a good trade. That's a swing trade or a day trade that you're doing there. So Qs are trying to bounce here. We're just holding steady on our trades. We're seeing a big breakdown in Apple occurring. So Apple's also seeing some sell side pressure there. And again, if this bear gap remains closed, that's never a healthy sign for the bulls. That bear gap had an attempt at being filled, and it looks like it's failing. I wouldn't even be surprised if we move down to 402.75. I'm going to take a high risk lotto play. I'm going to take a 404 0 DTE put on the Qs. A 404 0 DTE put on the Qs. Okay? High risk, expect to lose. A 404 put takes us all the way down to here. 404 0 DTE put. High risk lotto play. This implies a move down of 1% in the Qs. Let's play ball. Expect to lose that trade, but if it pays out, it could be a 500,000% gain. Certainly could. All right, so we're back in the money on MARA. That's good to see. Heavy selling coming in the Qs here, guys. Yeah, honestly, DZ Sniper, I think your entry is a huge, huge level. A pierce of that double top all-time high, you could probably ride that down for a nice swing trade. Obviously, if your day trade is a much bigger position, you should start trimming a little bit, but it's nice when you have a confluence in a day trade level and a swing trade level. I love when the trade sets up that way, where you get, it's like, for instance, MARA is at a day trade short level and a swing trade short level, in my opinion. But definitely definitely that short is looking promising for you. I think you have quite a lot of reward to the downside. Definitely. All right, so Tesla, we're almost flat on the trade. Microsoft's curling lower. Bitcoin is breaking down some more, so you're now seeing Bitcoin kind of trading back in tandem with the Qs. So Bitcoin is retesting the support where we pierced it. This should help MARA. If we break that support, Mara could. Imagine Mara goes negative. It's up 8.9% today when Bitcoin's down. So I find that so strange. So strange. How are these crypto stocks performing so well when Bitcoin's negative? That's what I'm wondering here. Very, very strange price action. Now we have a channel that we could be wanting to float to. Big dump on the Russell. So again, you have NVIDIA down 1.86, Microsoft down 0.15. The Russell's up 1.3, SPY's up 0.42, Qs are up 0.3. Qs did make a new all-time high. The UVXY is slowly being accumulated. Tesla's up 1.76, AMD's up 0.32. Bitcoin's negative by 0.8%. Semiconductors are about to go negative as well. The SOXX ETF. Natural gas has had a magnificent bounce, now only down 2%, was down over 5% off the lows. Oil's up about 1.86. Nice moves there. Carvana still squeezing up 4.58%. And once those squeezing stocks stop, once those squeezy stocks, the short interest stocks stop squeezing, that's probably also a big signal for a little bit of a market top. And when I say market top, it doesn't mean we're going to break down and go to like drop 30%. Although there is a scenario where that could happen, but it just means that a market top in the near term, you'll see some profit taking, maybe a correction of 5 to 10%. Really, a correction of 5 to 10% should be welcomed by the bulls. If you're bullish on this market, you want to see a correction. You do not want to keep going up like we're doing. All right, QQQ, I'm still riding my original short. And remember, we took those 404 0 DTE puts basically all the way back up here at that pre-market high. Ooh, look at this DXY breakout. So one of the reasons the markets are selling here, look at this Dixie. It is trying to break out of that down-sloping pattern. You can even argue that it's testing that breakout neckline right now. So big move down coming into play. You are forming an hourly reversal candle on the SPY ETF. Tesla, we're now flat on the trade. So Tesla, we are now flat on the trade. Beautiful to see on Tesla. And now we can go down. Yes, sir. Now we can go down. Now we can go down. Tesla may bounce, could be forming the right shoulder off of this bounce. You have this nice little pattern here now. Again, head and shoulders have been tricky to play, but if you form a right shoulder here, then you could create a little bit of a neckline from this pivot right here. All right, so we're now in the money nicely on our Mara. We are in the money nicely on Mara. Still have all sectors positive on the session today. Staples are the weakest sector. I could take some profits here on Mara. It's probably a prudent thing to do since Bitcoin is hitting some short-term support, but I'm going to be a little greedy and hold. Come on, flush it down. Flush it down. Microsoft, Apple looking very heavy here. Microsoft and Apple are looking very heavy. All right, Bitcoin's still selling here, guys. So Bitcoin's now testing a key critical area here. So Bitcoin is testing this neckline again, this trend line. But if it breaks, we could see a flush on Bitcoin. So get ready. You've tested it once. You're now testing it again. So let's see. Bitcoin breaks this area. It may be a little bit of a failed breakout. Watch for a flush here in Bitcoin. I'm watching for a flush. Your next support really is all the way down here at 40,500. But you are getting a bearish break here. Look at this. This could flush about 4%. We're getting a flush right now. Keep Coin and Mara on watch because they are starting. But Bitcoin's moving down, guys. Here we go. Look at this move down. Coin, we're almost back in the money. Mara, we're printing nicely. Come on, baby. Flush it. Flush. And again, I remember I said, why is crypto stocks so strong when Bitcoin's negative? It's almost like they're roping in the final liquidity before they take it lower. Bulls are on vacation. Well, markets are still green. Bulls are not on vacation. Markets are still green today, actually, Bernard. So, you still have all indices green. Just because the Q's made a new all-time high. Maybe the NVDA bulls and Microsoft bulls are on vacation and Bitcoin bulls, but the markets are all still green. So technically speaking, bulls are still in control. What do you think of a swing target on USTC or NAS 100? So you're short this indice. Look at this extension move. It looks like we got nice consolidation on the daily, but when you flip to the weekly, there was not enough consolidation. Now, I'm just going to flip to the NDX chart here. The NDX chart, I would likely want to see a retrace into this vicinity here. Okay, right in between these two parallel or these trend lines. You probably get a bounce here, but this lower boundary one is probably your bigger buy opportunity if it comes straight into there. But those two levels, this trend line sitting at around, call it 15.7, so about 1,000 points off the NASDAQ, and then the second entry about 15.2, so about 1,500 points off. I think that's reasonable target for your USTEC. Now, here's the crazy thing, though, about the market. If you were to break this pivot low, it's a long way off. But if you broke this pivot low in the market, that's detrimental. That could actually send you all the way back down to your October lows here. So I'm watching it closely there. Hopefully that helped there. Now, obviously, that was a swing trade analysis. Oh, yeah, you did ask swing targets. So I gave you your two targets there on the NASDAQ that I'm looking for. QQQ, let's flip back to that chart. You can still see we're so elevated. Bitcoin's actually still selling. So Coinbase are almost in the money. I am going to flip back to that BTC chart. Still holding a Tesla short, a QQQ short, a QQQ put, Merrick short, Coin short. Mara, we're in the money nicely. I'm holding an AFRM short. We took profits on Amazon. We took profits on CGC. Slightly down on Tupperware Brands, TUP. Look at Bitcoin flush, guys. Look at Bitcoin going. Look at this. Just like this, we're almost in the money on our coin. We're deep in the money on our Mara, MARA. So wonderful, wonderful job if you're able to take those trades with us. I am going to mention that I do run a trading capital swing trading and day trading service at the link above. Definitely feel free to check it out. I post daily analysis videos for my members, weekly sector reviews, insider buying and selling. I track all the important information that is necessary. And basically, markets are now looking to potentially go negative. At least the Qs. The Qs will be the first indice to go negative if we keep falling. Again, I did take that high risk lotto play. So anybody that's trading that 0 DTE put, you're welcome there, DZS Sniper. Much appreciated. Thank you all for tuning in. I really appreciate the support. I've only started doing these live streams. I haven't been doing them for that long. I was doing them back in 2022 pretty religiously, and then I actually moved locations, moved houses, moved offices. So they were on hold for about several months. But now I'm back in the swing of things, and I'm hoping that the algos start picking me up. So all the likes, comments, are much appreciated. And if there's tickers that you want me to do a little bit of my own analysis on, I'll give you the technical perspective. If I have a fundamental background in each ticker, I will also provide that. Typically, my background is more technicals and more macro. So macro is definitely very difficult to tie into the overall trading. So it's often a little bit of, sometimes macro is more noise, but it is helpful to give you a directional trend over, say, a 1 to 2 to 5 year time frame. All right, coin, we're now back in the money. Mara, we're up tremendously, still holding a big Tesla short, QQQ short. Look at this coming in. Here we go. We're in the money on all of our trades now, except for our Walmart put. So we are banking nicely. Tesla again, having a nice bearish breakdown here, getting bought back up. Let's look at Coinbase, because Coinbase has now come in pretty hard here. We're basically flat on the trade. Mara, MARA, this one has a lot of room to come down. I mean, Mara is still up on the session 6.72% when Bitcoin is just free falling down 1.47%. So what is that divergence? That's like a huge liquidity. Look how much we're up on this trade already. 3.94% on a day trade is massive. Massive, massive, massive. So again, I'm going to take this time, check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I will try to do my level best to help facilitate an answer. And again, if you disagree with some of my analysis, please feel free to tell me that. I'm always looking for people that have new perspective, new insights, because at the end of the day, I've been doing this for about 10 years, and I still have lots to learn. The market, as much as you would like to call yourself a professional, the market is always smarter, and you can always learn from it. There's always new catalysts, there's always new events, there's always new price action, and you always have to stay vigilant and cognizant and be humble. You can't be a know-it-all in this market. There's trades that I fuck up. There's continuous trades that I fuck up. But it's just a matter of staying consistent through a longer duration of time. If you can stay consistent over a long period of time, that's how you tend to do well. So QQQ, let's see what it is. Bitcoin's kind of just stalling here along with the indices. I still see a QQQ gap fill. So now what's interesting is you made a lower high on the Qs, and you're taking out this low here. You made a lower low. So the big question is, do we take out this pivot now? If you do, it opens up gap fill. Remember, I'm still short the Qs up at this 408, just common shares. 4864. I'm also holding a lotto play, a 0 DTE put, 404 0 DTE put. That's super. If this goes down to 404, holy shit, we're going to make a fucking killing. We will make a killing. All right, big bounce coming in the crypto stocks, Tesla, AFRM. Let's see if we get some follow through. All right, Bitcoin's still seeing some sell side pressure. This is still on the back of a dollar being weak. So imagine the dollar flips green today. What would happen? What would happen? Nat gas roaring off the lows there. Let's take a look at nat gas. Yeah, I am seeing it's up 2.5% there. You know, it has recaptured about half of those gains. So that's a good sign for nat gas. You know, when you start seeing that, that is showing a healthy bias. Whoa, holy shit! Oh, that was yesterday. My bad. I thought I was on the 1 minute chart. It's the hourly chart. So yeah, if we look at the nat gas daily chart, big dip down all the way to 231, getting bought back up off of the lows right now. Seeing a small little sell side candle, but that's a healthy move off of the lows. You know, we'll just see what pattern now shapes out. There's no real pattern to trade off of this other than the fact that you have your low, a higher low, and really if you're trading this, you use the stop loss, 230 stop loss as your low. All right, so SPY still coming in from the highs. It'll be interesting to see if SPY ends the candle with a daily topping tail. You are putting in an hourly engulfing candle on SPY. Let's take a look at the SPY here. So this is a classic M-top pattern. You're actually about to trigger this neckline here. It's actually a flat bottom neckline, which flat bottom necklines make it much, much more probable that it plays out. So if this breaks this neckline, you know, this could actually play out today. If we get a break of this neckline, this little white trend line here, this plays out today. 472.80, very likely. But take a look at what I'm looking at here on the hourly. You are trying to put in a little bit of a bearish engulfing. So you made your new high and you're engulfing it. You know, you still got 12 minutes left in this candle. So quite a decent chunk of price action to unfold. Let's flip back to our QQQ. That's catching a small bid. Bitcoin's still under pressure. Coin is still selling. Mara is still selling. I think we're going to see a big drop in Bitcoin here. I really think we're going to. It's just acting very heavy at this zone. Very heavy. You've gotten a couple 10-minute closes below. Hit that pivot. Yeah, look at this. Bitcoin's potentially having a failed breakout here. From failed bullish patterns come big bearish patterns. So watch out below on Mara. Watch out below on Coin. Imagine they go negative today. Both of those. That would be epic. That would absolutely be epic. So to summarize things right now, we have a Tesla short, which are in the money. We have a coin short, which are in the money. We have a Mara short, which were in the money. We have an AFRM short, which were slightly out of the money. We have a Walmart put. We have a QQQ short and a QQQ 0DTE lotto play, a lotto put. And we have a TUP, Tupperware Brands long. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shorts, 1 long. Let's play. We've already taken profits on, what did we take profits on? We took profits on Amazon earlier. We took profits on CGC long. So we've taken profits on 2 winners already, and we're riding the rest of them down right now. So Bitcoin's still continuing to sell here. Still looking heavy. Let's look at a MARA. So that just keeps growing lower. Look at that full round trip. Wow. What an epic, epic, epic short. Look at this go. If you're banking, again, please give my stream at least a like at the bare minimum. Check out my website. We're at 5.37% on this AFR or MARA short. Coin. We're banking as well. Coin could go negative all the way to gap fill, which is down here at this 153. Imagine Mara goes negative as well. Wow. What's stellar price action? This is epic. I fucking love this. I love this. Nat gas is only down 2%. Oil's up 1.59%. Let's check out our XOM long because oil is remaining its climb. It's trying to climb. So XOM is still trying to climb higher here. It's above this key resistance. Trying to consolidate above resistance. That's actually super, super bullish for XOM and oil. Very, very bullish. I mean, look how extended we still on the hourly chart. This little sell-off on the Qs is just a blip off of this move. That just shows you how parabolic we are. Look at this divergence in the hourly chart. High pivot over here, high on your RSI, higher high price action, lower high. Boom, this market's could be in trouble here, guys. Could be in trouble. What looked to be a trend day to the upside now could be changing. It could be a trend day to the downside. Apple's breaking lower. Bear flag on Microsoft 5-minute chart. Bear flag on Apple 5-minute chart. SPY's still coming in a little bit. The Dixie's still trying to break out here. So if you're new to this stream, basically we're just live trading the market right now. We have a variety of positions in play. The QQQ did hit a new all-time high today, but it is reversing. And if the Qs go negative from this all-time high, it's a little bit of a character shift, showing that, okay, there might be more profit taking heading into 2024. The VIX is still green. Russell, all indices are also still green. So the resiliency still remains with the bulls at this point. Bitcoin's still looking heavy at this 40. It's piercing 42,000 right now. So we lose this 42,000 level on Bitcoin, and I mean, really next stop is all the way down to about 37,000, give or take. Just look at the proper support level. Yeah, so about 40,000. If we lose 42, we could have a flash dump to 40,500, give or take. You have the 50 daily moving average on Bitcoin trading at 38,675. 38,675. And thank you to the new members that joined today. Much appreciate the support. So you have the Qs trying to push back up here, trying to recapture that pre-market high. BTC still down in the session and selling. Look at this, new intraday lows on BTC. Mara and Coin are still positive despite the crypto complex getting hit. I mean, the total crypto market cap is actually down now in the session by 1.77%. Ethereum is down 2.94%, and Bitcoin is now down just over 1.79%. So these crypto stocks are still holding positive gains when the crypto market is bleeding right now, which typically is not going to end well. You still have Mara up 5.46% despite the market holding, despite the crypto market getting hit pretty hard here. Riot just went negative, so Riot's kind of leading the charge to the downside. So a big bounce coming into the Qs. Bitcoin really hasn't bounced yet. If we look at the QQQ, it is bouncing here. Now let's see. Let's open up the time frame. Let's just go to the 3-minute chart just to see if there's any other patterns we can observe here. Okay, 5-minute chart. So we could have a little bit of a rounding formation occurring. Still a little bit early to tell. Just bear with me, I'm getting a phone call. So everything is getting a bounce here off of the lows. Everything is getting a bounce. Is this now a little bit of a right shoulder? So we have a new little neckline that we can draw in on the Qs. We have a new little neckline that we can draw in. I mean, if we break this little neckline, then you could draw a move down. Let's just see where that would take us. That would take you down to back pre-market low. So you have to trigger this breakdown here first. You're retesting pre-market high. Meta is still remaining resilient. I'm seeing Microsoft coming into some resistance, potentially some sell-side pressure. Bitcoin's now down 1.5. You still have Coinbase up 2.5. Divergence there. All right, so big rejection there on the Qs at that pre-market high. We'll see if it surmounts to anything. Still holding all of my short positions. Short on coins, short on Mara, short on Affirm, short on Tesla, short on the Qs, a put on the Qs. All right, Bitcoin's potentially seeing another wave of selling. It is starting to pick up here again. And my cat is going crazy right now. What are you doing, kitty? What are you doing? She's going bananas. Come on, Bitcoin, just do a flash dump. Take Mara to the negative side. You know, Mara gap fills all the way at 1987. Meow meow. Sorry, that's my cat. That is my cat. Oh yeah, I want to check to see. So the SPY did not put in an hourly engulfing candle. It did not put in, but it almost did on the 30-minute. Markets are trying to move up. Big bounce in the Russell 2000 coming into play. Big bounce in the Russell. Amazon's still negative. Meta's still positive. Whoa, Enphase is ripping up 6.3%. Oil's up 1.4. The SMH is hanging on by a thread to 0.13% gains. Let's take a look at some of these semiconductors since they have been the weaker component of the market in the Qs. You know, AMD still pulling off from the highs, creating a higher low here, but no higher high yet. Let's look at AVGO. Let's just run through some of these names. That one's looking okay. Has pulled off of the highs. Potentially a bearish consolidation pattern occurring. Let's look at Intel, INTC. That one's trying to get a nice move off of the lows, breaking the bearish range red bar here from Friday. So that's looking a little bit more promising. Let's check out NVDA. And I'll check out, see, NVIDIA's been weak all session. That bear gap open and you've just been chopping in a bearish range really all day. You can arguably say you're also forming a right shoulder here for a head and shoulders. If you break this, you know, but NVIDIA is the king of having head and shoulders patterns not play out. So just be mindful that it only triggers once you get a close below this neckline, 10-minute close. So just watching that closely. Let's move along to some other names, SMCI, because that was down in the pre-market quite heavily. But I do believe it's had a nice move off of the lows.
What auto sales look like globally. But Tesla's the only auto manufacturer outside of the Chinese that have
So SMCI
and actually added the capital.
had that big gap down all the way, made a low at 308.09, had a big bounce, almost filled the gap, and now it's gotten rejected. So the fact that it couldn't fill the gap leaves me a little bit bearish on it.
15 or 16 million unit SARs and adoption goes to 11-12%. Somebody's got to produce at some 1.9 million EVs.
All right, the QQQ float and grind seems to be reoccurring again. They're trying to float it back up.
You haven't seen anybody adding that capacity, in the U.S. So that's just one of the things that kind of stands out to me. And I honestly don't understand that we entered the year with this threat of the competition coming, and then they essentially capitulated. And it's more than GM and Ford. It's VW. It's Porsche pulling back on a number of things. it's a number of different, I would say, non-Chinese competitors that are that are in trouble. So it'll be interesting to see how the next page turns and and kind of where we go from here. But I actually see Tesla adding a decent amount of capacity year on year, and if you're a supplier, there's honestly in the auto industry, there's no better award to get. Tesla went from the joke of the auto industry maybe 10 years ago.
So the market's just kind of slowing down here. I am still in front of the computer, just waiting for the next big directional shift and move. Bitcoin's finding some support here, 42,000.
Models or SKUs to get there, so that's the most efficient thing for suppliers. And I think that the whole thing is being undercalled. I think the whole Tesla supply chain honestly gets a big fat zero from analysts, and I think they're capable of the fastest COGS decline of any auto manufacturer. I think they're capable of they have the best inventory in the industry, and all that's huge. So COGS decline is margins and money and profit. Inventory is cash. They're the best at it in the industry. They get a zero from analysts on it. It makes no sense to me. And all of those factors will just actually continue to improve. I do see Tesla adding inventory, especially as they expand globally. I do see them adding some inventory. That they've actually run really tight on inventory when you account for transit. So, but yeah, the other column for me in 23 was just kind of the emergence of their supply chain, and they're number 14th ranked in the world by Gartner, who's kind of the predominant ranker of supply chain. And there's no auto manufacturer that's ahead of them. There's no Toyota, there's no GM, nobody's ahead of Tesla in that ranking. And the reason they got that ranking was for the way they handle inventory, the way they do their geographic and redundant sourcing plans, and the supply chain resiliency they show.
All right, so big red candle down on the Qs, big red candle down on the Qs. We'll see if it adds more pressure to the market.
And then their low number of models in their manufacturing.
Still riding my QQQ short, Mara coin short, Tesla short, 0DT put on the Qs, 404 0DT put. High risk lotto play, so expect to lose that. Size accordingly.
People potentially missing, and I see the analysts really focused on sales, and I guess they should be. But in terms of on the supply side, there's really no company that's actually better. Not only that, it may be a better supply chain than most companies in most industries. So looking forward to see what they can do in 24. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate that from through Jeff. Obviously, super knowledgeable in everything Tesla. So it's always great to get you on the spaces with us. And we have a few others we want to keep getting. If anybody, by the way, does anything at any point you want to come in, feel free to just raise a hand. We'll come right over to you. John, do you want to share a couple thoughts here?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Having me up. Thanks for hosting these spaces every Tuesday. It's really been, it's just a highlight of the week to be able to. I know for fans, they'll come here and hear about what's going on. So I think these have been really a solid staple throughout the week to just get updates. You have some amazing speakers. So thank you for hosting this. I think everyone did an amazing job highlighting this year. I think probably the things that come to mind are probably a little bit of kind of piecemealing what's already been said. But I think, back at the shareholder meeting, earlier this year in around March or April time, I remember Elon saying, like, pretty much just ignore the noise for the next 12 months because it's going to be very, very nasty. But Tesla will come out even stronger 12 months from now, and there may even be,
All right, so Bitcoin's seeing another wave of selling. Crypto stocks are also seeing some more sell side pressure. You have NVDA trying to curl up, Amazon curling down, Microsoft curling up. Meta's actually starting to come in now. So Meta's been a strong horse all day, and is finally starting to see some downside price action. Big drop there on Tesla, still holding our TSLA short. Let's just look at that chart here because this one's potentially triggering that right shoulder formation that we discussed. You know, remember you had a little bit of a retrace here. Could argue to say Tesla wants to come down to gap fill. I mean, even if you had to draw the neckline like this, if you break this little neckline, hey bro, Sorry guys, I'm back in the swing of things here. We are seeing Tesla breaking down, but the Qs are moving up, so it kind of makes me want to cover my Tesla short here. I am looking at potentially covering my Tesla short. Just bear with me here. I know there's some downside. All right, I'm going to cover Tesla here because I'm seeing the Qs move up. So I'm covering Tesla at 255.11. I just covered my Tesla short at 255.11. So boom, boom, boom. That's a nice little gain there. Congrats if you took that. I am retracing. I'm looking for a retrace. The only reason I covered it is because I am seeing the Qs pushing up here. A pretty big push on the Qs coming into fruition. I'm still holding my short on the Qs. Still holding my short on the Coinbase, Mara, Affirm, TUP long. So let's see what type of action we get. But Tesla has triggered a head and shoulders pattern, and now we can actually re-short it on the next retrace. So the retrace that I'm looking for is a retest of, say, this trend line. If we get a retest up to this 255, 70, 80-ish area, I will look to re-enter on the short side. You can play it with puts, downside target. Really should take you down to 252-ish, give or take. But obviously if the market starts to firm up, then that's going to hinder the trade. But Qs, big push coming in the Qs. You have a big push coming in the Qs. You also have a push coming in the Dixie, the DXY. And hello there, Casey. Thank you for joining in today. I know I saw you join about 11 minutes ago or so. But welcome back to the stream. So you have the Dixie trying to break out here. Dixie is trying to break out. Qs are still trying to move higher here. Still forming potential right shoulder. We'll see if it gets negated. Bitcoin's still coming down for another wave of selling. I'm interested in reshorting Tesla. Keep Tesla on watch. All right, so Q's had a big surge up. Still seeing some weakness in Tesla. Hopefully it does get that retrace for us to re-enter. You're seeing more pressure coming into the crypto market as well across the board. So we'll see if some continuation downside occurs in the crypto market. SPY is getting a big push up here. The SPY is getting a really big rally here. I'm still holding short Mara, M-A-R-A, short coin. Let's just take a peek at those positions, shall we? Bitcoin's curling down. So look at Mara, you got that nice big bounce. We're still up on the trade over 4.7%, but I want more. I think we go to gap fill today based off of BTC's price action. Even look at coin. Coin's making new lows on the session. Big breakdowns coming into coin. So let's keep our eye on BTC. We still haven't really seen that volatile flush yet that typically Bitcoin likes to play out. But coin is getting flushed pretty hard here. All right, so the crypto market is flushing. Anybody that's holding those Mara shorts and coin shorts are printing with us, so congratulations if you're holding that with us. At this time, I definitely want to encourage you to check out my tradingcapital.ch swing trading and day trading service. I post daily analysis videos for my members each and every day to give you a pulse on the market. Tesla is continuing to fall. Now you still have a bearish consolidation pattern on Apple. Microsoft, believe it or not, is trying to push back up right now. Amazon bearish consolidation. NVDA bearish consolidation. Come on, Bitcoin. Crush it. Crush it. Fall. Take a look at what's happening too. Watching this dollar slowly start to climb. It is climbing. And the dollar could potentially make a squeeze up to 102.20 before the next resistance, and then likely this pivot as well. Let's see if the Qs can go negative on the session. So take a look at our coin short here. It's coming in nicely. Coin could go negative to hit hard. You have Bitcoin down 1.89%. Coin is still up 1.6. Mara is up tremendously still too. I mean, Mara is still up about 5.38%. So it was almost like this fake liquidity grab, getting retail investors exuberant and optimistic about the price action. But when you start seeing a divergence in these names, something shady is going on. All right, I am going to trim half of my Mara here and then put an in the money stop loss. So I'm covering half of my short here, locking in 4.99% gain. And then I'm going to move a stop loss basically above this pivot zone. So the trade is now risk-free, still holding a full Coinbase short. It's probably prudent to take some profits here. We are approaching this gap fill zone down here. I do like the fact that we had bearish consolidation and rejection. You're doing a 3-bar search. So I'm going to cover half my Coinbase short here at 155.40 for a nice little gain. And I'm going to put a stop loss in the money on the rest of the half. So the other half, I'm going to put a stop loss at 156.81. So congrats, we're banked on those crypto trades there. That's a good amount of profit there on the session. And we're seeing the Qs trying to float and grind back up. Tesla's now got that retrace, so I'm interested in picking up Tesla on the short side again here. Hopefully we can get a little bit more of a push up here, and then I will be interested in taking and executing the short there on Tesla. So watching that closely. Look at this breakdown in the Qs coming. Sorry, I had my mic muted there, but that was a hard candle down on volume. This is shaping up to be a right shoulder. We break this neckline, and you could go negative on the indices. You have Apple almost going negative, NVDA negative, Microsoft negative, Amazon's negative, Google's positive, Meta's positive, but things are starting to come in a little bit more now. They are starting to come in just a little bit more. Still holding. Ooh, Tesla's getting a retrace here, guys. All right, I'm taking a Tesla short here, 255.55. 255.55 short Tesla again. 255.55 short Tesla again. So we're playing Tesla now on the downside yet again. We played it once already up here. We covered it for a nice gain. We're just inching into a 1/4 position. But we are playing Tesla back again on the short side, and it has triggered this bearish pattern that should likely yield more downside. Now you have Amazon weakening. Come on, give us some downside. Give us the flush. Give us the flush. We want the flush. We want the flush. Hey guys, so we're seeing a big breakdown in the Qs occurring. Nice heavy sell side pressure testing the neckline right now. We're still holding into our QQQ short, Tesla short, coin short, Mara short, Affirm short, TUP long. Tesla got rejected clinically off the neckline. Look at the Qs. This is a big level on the Qs. We break this and it fulfills, it likely triggers this downside target. So watch out below. We had the Dixie make a huge surge up. Straight green bar candle, which is what sent the indices down. So we're seeing a heavy correlation occur in the QQQ and indices. So big breakdown occurring in the markets here. Even AFRM, which has been a very strong high flying squeeze stock today, is again testing this same support trend line. If we draw this across, you can see it's testing. We're basically flat to break even on this trade right now, but I do anticipate this one breaking lower. We have a new head and shoulders target that if it breaks this neckline, you could actually see a flush down to about 47.95 on this chart, which would imply a downside correction of roughly 4% give or take. And I think that is very likely to play out. Tesla, again, we are accumulating a short on Tesla. It's just an entry position. You can see we're basically just slightly in the money flat. But we really need to stay below this neckline here in order for the Tesla trade to continue to work out. Qs are getting a nice little bounce here, softening of the dollar. It's basically moving in tandem with the US dollar. But Coinbase made a new low there. It actually almost went negative on the session. I believe it did go back to the... Nope, it's still holding on to positive gains, but it's almost going... Will we test this neckline again? Out in the Qs, it's very likely we will. Alright, so trade setups, just to review things, we took profits on half of our Coinbase, half of our Mara position. We're still riding runners halfway down within the money stop, so those trades are risk-free right now. We still have a short on Tesla after taking profits on one. We're back in it off of the retrace. We're still holding AFRM short and a QQQ short and put position. So QQQ 0DT puts, we took 404 0DTEs, which is kind of a very, very high risk lotto play, but it could play out. QQQ, I'm still holding common shares short. It's a half position at this 408.62 area, but I'm wanting this downside target to break. We've really just been stuck in this range, but we're putting in lower highs here and potentially lower lows now. If we take out this low and this low, then it should yield a bigger flush to the downside. I'm seeing Apple weakening. Apple's basically about to turn negative momentarily.
Shop held really well. Wonder if that could get another leg up by the end of the day. SMCI also holding flat, but inside day on the daily. See what happens tomorrow.
So Bitcoin's trying to firm up here. So is the Qs. They are trying to firm up. We'll see if that dollar continues to push higher. Tesla, we're still holding a Tesla short, a Q short, expecting more downside to come. Qs are starting to curl back over. Big candle down there on the Qs. That's a pretty fairly sized candle that's coming down on the Qs. We'll see if it starts breaking even lower. Google's pushing up here. Amazon's pushing down. NVDA's pushing down.
Alright, watch NQ. So it's got the head and shoulders. If it's a 5-minute candle close below 970, it should flush down like 15 points. And then Q's obviously will drop, SPY, and everything else will probably.
SPY is weakening. Dixie's surging to new highs here, guys. So the Dixie is surging to new highs here. So pay close attention to that. That should yield new lows for the indices. So let's see. So SPY is reacting. Qs are holding up. Let's look at the SPY ETF because the SPY is seeing a heavy 10-minute rejection candle. Also about to trigger a head and shoulders. Again, we break this flat bottom neckline and you have a nice move down the SPY. So we actually could take some 0DT puts here. Because I'm seeing the Dixie fly. I'm going to take 473 0DT puts on the SPY. 473 0DTE puts on the SPY ETF. 473 0DTE puts. Come on, baby. Let's play ball.
Yeah, I mean, technically this is a dip, and right now.
So 473 0DTE puts on the SPY ETF. Still holding an AFRM short, a Mara short, runners on Mara. We took half profits already, over 5% on Mara day trade. We took a lovely already. Let me just calculate the percentage gain on the coin short. We still have half a position short on coin within the money stop. We took over $1.80. We took $2 per share on coin, which was epic. Epic. And I still think there's more downside. Dollar's just starting to get going here. The DXY is starting to move a little bit. We'll see if SPY reacts. That's a very clean head and shoulders pattern at the high of the cycle. Tesla's getting a nice bid. Microsoft's curling down. Amazon's curling down. The Dixie is still negative. Imagine the Dixie goes green today. What would that do to markets? All right, so SPY is looking to come back down again. Let's see if we get this break. We have 473, 0 DTE puts on the SPY. We have shorts on the QQQ, which were in the money. We also have a high-risk lotto play, 404, 0 DTE puts, which I'm expecting to lose. UVXY, still seeing some accumulation occurring. Bitcoin's trying to find some support here at that 42,000 level. So yeah, liquid fire, 0 DT is an option. It's an option time frame. Basically, it stands for 0 days till expiry, which means that you take the trade today. So you can buy 0 DTE, 1 DTE, 20, basically 0 DTE options are the most risky because it leaves you no time value on the option play. So you have to be right or wrong within that specific day. And typically those 0 DTEs, because it has such a minimal time value, the volatility is immense. It's the most volatile option. So highest risk, also the highest reward. So 0 DTEs just means 0 days till expiry. So when you take a put position or a call position in a 0 DTE, you're doing a very, very risky trade because, again, you have to be right on that call within the daily market action. So if, let's say, SPY right now is moving against me, I'm actually down on the put positions just slightly. But every time it moves up, that 0 DTE takes a loss, takes a loss, takes a loss, takes a loss. Now that's why you want to always size small when you go into these 0 DTE risks, because again, the reward is huge, but the risk is also huge. You can't have it both ways. You have to have the risk, you have to have the reward. You have to have the reward, you have to have the risk. So 0 DTEs just means 0 days till expiry. Versus, say we took a 1 DT put on the SPY. So say SPY, moved up. Say I took my SPY, 473 1 DT put. I would have today and tomorrow for price action to hit my target versus just today. I could be absolutely wrong. SPY could make a new high and then that position goes against me, or it can flush into my level and then that's when you make big profits. But it's just the time value. That's what it means. Hopefully that helps there, Liquid Fire. Big push coming up into the crypto stocks, Coinbase. For instance, Walmart put is going against me right now. I'm actually going to cut Walmart for a loss. I'm going to cut that Walmart put for a loss. So I took about a 23% loss on that Walmart put. So that was a 0 DTE play. I took 154 puts. It's moved up against me. So I'm taking a loss. I'm closing that put option because I am seeing a range break on Walmart to the upside. So Qs are right back to that pre-market high.
What's max of pure quote me for?
You're seeing the IWM starting to curl over and potentially break lower. All indices are still green. Dollar's still marching higher here.
Microsoft is going to be a 1 to 2% ripper either tomorrow or Thursday. Somebody tell me they're in Microsoft calls with you. I'm not, but I like it to the upside. Oh my god. Wait, Casey, which ones do you have again? I have the 19th and I have the 5th. Let me pull my weights back up. I try not to do the 29th only because next week is going to be shorted anyway. So I did the 5th and obviously the 19th. Yes, Uber, bounce. Oh shit. Microsoft, I'm in 385 for January 5th.
Yes. Traps and Spore. That's really good. All right, so you have the SPY moving up here. You have the QQQ also pushing up.
Now I'm in a few contracts of 390s for January 19th.
SPY is back above pre-market high. So technically, or QQQ is back above pre-market high. So that's technically bullish price action.
I like that long here. Not taking it. I'm managing other positions, but I like it. I'm in $80 calls January 19th. Snare 220s January 19th. Arbana 80s and 100s. Microsoft SE.
All right, I'm going to add another lot to my SPY puts here. So I'm going to take another contract here on my SPY puts. Did you look at Netflix? Let's take a look at Netflix there, Casey. Communication stocks have been a powerhouse mover. Meta's been strong all day, so Netflix is actually breaking out on the 2-minute chart. If you get a retest here, this is a day trade long, a retest back to 492. You can trade it on the long side, but it has broken out to the upside. Let's see where that gap is, because you must be getting close to that massive bearish gap that it broke down. Yeah, so right here, we're getting really close to this gap fill. Wow. You have to think that Netflix maybe wants to get right back into that gap. But it's a interesting price act. Bearish divergence though. Higher high on the price, lower high on the RSI. It's not a positive sign if you're bullish. Netflix right now is trying to break above this pivot. High risk play. I'm going to short Netflix here, 493.41, 493.41. Let's just take a little short trade on Netflix, 493.41. It's a 1/4 entry. 1/4 entry. 1/4 entry. It's typically a bad idea to short these high stocks, but I'm just looking for a move back down to 4.9. I'm looking for about $1 on this trade. I'm looking for a slight move down, back down to this pivot high. So call it about $1 profit. This is probably a bad idea, shorting it, but we'll see. Casey, I probably realize you're probably long Netflix, eh? I'm sure you're looking at a long trade. I'm just looking for a quick retest, and then I'll actually flip long on Netflix. Hopefully we can get a quick retest lower.
These three DTE $98 calls. Let's see, they are at 99, just under $1. No volume in January 19th.
All right, Netflix is pushing up here. Netflix is pushing up. Where I'll add to the position on the short side is basically 494 Pierce. 494 Pierce. Heavy volume coming in on that candle. Another negative divergence on the small time frame.
I'm going to take these roaches. I am. I'm about to take them. Oh, I like to take them already. Stop waiting. I like this chart right here.
Coming in on that Netflix candle.
The three DTEs, 98s, they're $1. But I don't like trading that close. But you could do December 29th, $100 calls.
Huge volume there. Netflix is continuing to push. QQQ's coming in though, seeing a little bit of weakness.
I did one of each. Let's go. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, dude, I like that a lot. Great here. Higher low above the 200 EMA on the 5 today. And we got think we'd struggle there for a minute. Yeah, and I mean, $100 calls, I feel like it's perfect because if you really get the move you want, those are going to get in the money. I like there's a lot of shot. Come on, baby.
Whoa, big drop on the Qs there. Did you see that candle down on Netflix? Holy, look at that QQQ candle. Wow. That was an epic drop on the QQQ candle there. Just like that, our puts are basically back in the money on SPY and Qs. That was a huge candle down there. Netflix too, getting absolutely smashed off of that high, getting bought right back up though. But look at that SPY. Whoa, that was a hard heavy volume. All right, we're probably going to see some downside off of that candle. Just trying to see where that sell side pressure came from. Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, a little bit in NVDA too. Just a tiny bit in NVIDIA.
I can roll it to one of the cons we got. Yeah, I can roll it up to the 29th. When I'm in $62. Yeah, I can do $62. Same strike. Later date.
Still holding a Tesla short, a Q short, SPY shorts. All right, Netflix is coming up to next target. Netflix is coming up to next target here. All right, I just added there 494.30. 494.30. I just got filled. Brings it up to 493.99. Big push coming. Netflix is now up on the session 1.7%. Certainly impressive.
I'm more focused on the shorter dated ones I entered this morning. Same strike, but they're for Friday. We're up 6% right now, 6.5%. I need more than that, obviously.
All right, so Qs and S&P are trying to move up here.
Strong close, and I might swing here. Gotta have a strong close, though. I get why we're struggling, though. If you look
Big drop on the dollar. It's yielding a positive move in the indices.
big spot. Okay. Oh my God, paper is alive. Yo, well, I hope you muckers are still in Netflix. Because goddamn, dude, I was talking about it. Finally did it, and then I did snipe a little LBS. Casinos were looking damn good.
QQQ is pushing up for high of day again. Wow. What an epic move in the Qs. Qs are trying to break out above this key trend line. I mean, if you had to redraw it like this, you can see you're not above that one, but you're trying. The dollar, why the indices are moving up? Look what's happened to the dollar. It's pulled off drastically from the highs there. Drastically. All right, so we did get filled on Netflix there for our third little entry. Brings us up to 494.39.
Shops up 10% on my intraday position. My other position sitting at like 40% paper for January, but I scaled a good amount this morning.
I took the most risky. I'm taking the most risky. I'm in it already. Swinger, it's ever. I don't give a fuck. What you steer? Steer? What ticker is that? What'd you do, like fucking 440 calls or something? Yeah. I like it. I like it. Are you a 98? Bro. Yo. Roku's a fucking. Yeah, I just bought Roku a little bit ago. Oh, and you're up already, baby. Just a little bit, nothing crazy. I'm in 98s for 3DTE and 100s for next week. Yeah, I think Roku. I'm just gonna say this right now, you guys. Netflix 500s Friday going in the money. And Roku's gonna be a sympathy play for that Netflix. Yeah. I had 98 on watch earlier for Friday. Yes, but I'm like, grab them. Maybe they're like $1. Oh, they're still $1? Yeah, they're $1 when I was watching. That's what I'm in right now. They're at $1.05. So I was watching these cat 295s earlier at like $1 and change. They're almost 50%. So I'm not gonna do that. But that deer setup. Yeah. So diamonds across the board for the strongest sector. I mean IWM. If this flag breaks out, it's gonna be stronger though. Yeah, grab these Rokus. I got them at 102. Grab these Rokus. It's pulling back right now. They're at 105. Yeah, I got you.
So we are seeing the Q, SPY trying to push higher here. Tesla's pushing higher. Apple's now coming down.
I've been watching this Walmart all day for the last few days. This is over the 200-day and sitting right on it right now. So it's about to get fun.
160s, January 19th.
Yeah, correct. They're over double. Or actually, sorry, I say double. They might be 50%.
They're at $1.10.
Yeah, so they were 55 at Teresa. Tesla held. I mean, she's still looks like consolidating to the upside.
Next ad lib on Netflix is going to be above 495, about 495 20, 495 30 ish. Coinbase has had a pretty big move up. Good thing we took profits and put that stop in place. Coin is actually looking like a re-short now.
Yeah, I does, man.
Still just waiting on Netflix. We're flat on that trade. But the Qs are trying to push higher here. And the dollar's softened quite substantially. Google, Microsoft, Tesla all curling up. Apple curling up. Sorry, NVDA curling up.
How do we not swing 201s for IWM? I love the IWM 201s setting up now. I'm on the boat. I'm on the boat, B. Yes, sir.
IWM, weekly squeeze, momentum going upside, MACD curl going upside as well.
No.
So Netflix is seeing a little bit of selling coming in here.
I guess I'll just keep like long RTY. Anytime it goes lower, I have to keep that more.
Q's and SPY are still holding firm. Come on, Netflix, give it up. Still some strength. Still some strength coming into this market. Q's basically still trying to break out of this zone. She had to draw this trend line now from this pivot to this pivot. You can see what we're tapping right now.
Adobe giving it back. I know. This is like the Adobe throwing it, giving it back. This is a retest of the fair value.
Markets are still trending green across the board. Apple's starting to curl over to the downside, so that's what's keeping a lid on this market right now is Apple from pushing. Microsoft's still negative, NVIDIA's still negative, but Apple is really starting to curl over as the indices are trying to push up. We are now in the money on our Netflix position, but I want a little bit more. I'm trying to squeeze at least $1 out of the trade. Maybe I'm being a little greedy. I think $1 is feasible. $1 per share. All right, so QQQ is coming down much harder now. Can even see Netflix trying to drop as well. So QQQ is now at the big inflection point.
Looking like she wants to make a new high. He's broken. He's broken. Yeah, Nas was talking about.
All right, guys, get ready to pull some profits on Netflix. Get ready to pull some profits on Netflix. It is coming down nicely. We're almost at that dollar target. Get ready here. I'm still holding. It's almost at target. Come on. Give us a little dip. Give us one more little dip. All right, there's the target. I just covered my Netflix short there on that dip. I covered at 493.31. Nice trade. 493.31. Boom, just like that. Look at that. 493.31. We got a $1.10, $1.07 per share. Bang bang. Nicely done. Congrats if you took that. Let's move along back to the major indices. QQQ. So QQQ is coming in as well, just ever so slightly. Tesla, I'm still holding that. Google's having a ripper. Nice trend to the upside. AVGO, daily chart long entry 1160 with a stop loss of 1054 with a price target of 1331, a 2-to-1 risk ratio. AVGO, so the largest weighted semiconductor in the SMH ETF is AVGO. This actually looks like a little bit of a double top short intraday. Obviously, yours is a swing. I can't chase this. I mean, look at this RSI. You know, now what you could do, okay, so what we could see is we could see a pullback like this period since we're so extended, and then that pullback could be bought. But I can't enter here. I mean, look at this extension move. You're so overbought. The first dip on the RSI could be bought. But other than that, I mean, even on the weekly chart, look where you're trading. You know, this is breaking out. I can't get behind this one, personally speaking. I can't. Not at these lofty levels. Sure, it could go higher, but for me, it's just gone absolutely insane. Insane. Let me just check a look at your entries. So long at 1162. Did you say 1162? Hasn't even got to 1162 yet on my chart. Unless it wicked up here. So yeah, I haven't even gotten I don't know what your entry there is, Casey, but a long entry at 1162. It hasn't even hit 1162 yet with a stop at 1054. How I would play this, personally speaking, I'd have to wait for a retrace back to this upsloping trend line. But you're buying a stock that, yes, is broken out, but look at the move it's done. I mean, you know, this is not a small company either. The market cap on this name, let me just pull it up here, is roughly 537 billion. 537 billion. That's not a small name, you know, for the amount of liquidity you need to keep running into this is absolutely insane. I mean, just in terms of its year-to-date performance, it's up 102.99%. That's a whopping gain. At some point, you're going to run into some profit taking. But nevertheless, I won't be trading that one on the long side, personally speaking. Not yet. Not yet. All right, so Qs are starting to soften up a bit. They are coming in a little bit more. I'm still holding my QQQ short, my Tesla short. Look at this hard rejection on Tesla. Look at that hard rejection off of Tesla. Right off of that neckline. We tried getting a confirmed candle above that, and we just got rejected. So we're now in the money, back in the money on Tesla, back in the money on our QQQ positions on the short side. And honestly, what's been keeping this market up is AVGO. That semiconductor name has been keeping the market buoyant. It's been actually miraculous watching it. Dollar's trying to push back up.
Which calls? Oh, spy. Jesus. Why so many?
Paper, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Red.
All right, so we're still seeing the Qs breaking down here again. Still just been range bound.
Hang on, I'm gonna drop off spaces and go to a different device so you don't hear them.
Still holding a Tesla short, SPY short, Q short, a firm short.
It's a good setup. I was saying it yesterday though. It's a perfect setup. Sometimes they don't go, and it's not invalidated quite yet, but I didn't want to hold it under pre-market highs today. So we'll hold off for now, but I still think there's an opportunity here in this daily setup. I just we might need to just wait a little bit longer, get another tap off the 9 EMA on the daily. Just gonna wait till the momentum actually shows up. Like I have with like shop. Persia working out.
Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, Qs. Come on, give it up. Give it up, Qs. Give it up. Give it up.
Trying to get there. Paper, you're muted, by the way. Oh, shop made the new high today.
Snow just kind of dropped.
Whoa, what a bounce, and the Qs coming into play there.
Come on, shop, bring the volume. Oh, let's go. Come on. 18% here. How many days is 1,000 days? Or how many years is 1,000 days? Trimmed on shop.
Like just shy 3 years.
Oh, so Deer is in a 1,036 day consolidation. That looks like she wants to. Alright, trimmed off some shop. Nice 25%.
Did you chop off some shop?
Yeah, just a bit.
Ooh, Will just texted me.
I'm still in a decent amount of cons. Come on, shop. Keep going. Over 79.80. I want 80. Come on. I want it. Some banger trades, boys. All day. Still waiting on SMCI though. She'll be a banger, I think. Pretty confident in it, but I don't know what to see. Definitely doesn't look like it's happening today. That's alright. Oh, here we go, shop. Kick it off to the race. 30%. 30. 27.
So indices are still trying to push up here.
Must be getting a pop here because those $100 calls, they're up almost 10% here.
Also, my shop $80 calls for January up 46% here. Those are banging.
that's a fun little swing. Here's 30%. Big volume coming in the QQQ ETF here. Big volume. We're approaching that 2 o'clock time frame. Holding quarter position on the intraday shop, holding runners on the longer dated shop. Now we just need SMCI to pick it up and join the party, and we're rich. Come on. Not really rich, but it's rich. We're getting there. I'm gonna roll my Adobes. I'm gonna roll my Adobes here at the retest. We get a bounce to Jan 630 calls at just under a GP. Well, they're 900, so probably a little bit more than us, but actually, I'm sorry, they're less than that. Oh no, that's not the 19th. Jan 19th, 630s. Looking for 900 apiece. Right. Got some more shop out at 31%. Boom! Boom! I want 80 in the money. Come on. Let's go shopping, baby.
SE crawling back up here, about to go test 37.
Yeah. Trade desk kind of popping, coming back as well. So is Meta. Meta. Oh, God, that's Meta forever. That 10-10, 10-15 kind of was like. Look at shop. Beautiful. Let's keep it going. 5-minute candle by candle method. If we keep moving up, I'll probably trim shop the intraday position down to runners. I would like to wait till I'm in the money on these though to do that. So the markets are pushing up because the Dixie is breaking down again. So the Dixie is continuing its little bit of a bearish sell-off. So this is why the markets are pushing back up. Looking good here though.
Oh yeah. Wally Mark. Wally Mark. What's Walmart doing? She cracked it. She cracked it. Now she's trending. Show me the trend. Oh my God, Jordy. What? Jump. Good. I'm telling you, $80 calls better than the money, baby. The money. Oh, Walmart's gonna break 155.5. Yeah, no, Wally Mart's gonna just be. See, earnings almost are up 46% here. So Wally Mart are up a little bit. I need to see 155.80. Let's go. Yeah, 155.60 ish. 155.60, and then we'll maybe take another. Then we'll see what she does. But I really, legitimately want 158 fair value, and I think she goes back to 160 way before expiration. So I don't know that I want to try much. Adobe,
up, Evan? What's up? Yo, banging, baby. Q's all-time high, Jay. New stocks on Predictogram. I'm seeing that. That's exciting. New stocks? New stocks? New stocks. Coin and Netflix. Coin and Netflix. Yeah. Yes. Oh, thank God. Love it. Let's go. I mean, they're good because we needed those to be out of the next 7. But what the fuck? We're still missing like 90. Like we're missing. No, it's tough. It's tough for them to add right now, though. No, we just need other sectors. No. But yeah, at least those don't trade with exactly with everybody else. I also I want to make sure we're able to like do every ticker on the tradegram because I can't do SMCI. At least I can yesterday or today. So I messed that up because I gave him a filter, and the filter was. I know. I told him because he was worried about stuff like potentially popped up, like just go filter everything over 20 billion. But I should have said 10. Doc you, by the way, popping hard. Because yeah, Celsius doesn't qualify with that filter, and a handful of others. Yeah, I tried to do SMCI too. No qualify. What was it the other day? I tried to do something else. Didn't work. TTD worked. Yeah, it works. It's 20 billion. What's the cutoff? What did I trade that didn't work? I'm trying to remember. Enphase? Yeah, not gonna work. Enphase. That's what it was. Pretty sure. It's my fault. I should have said 10 billion. Good. Because that's 20. We'll get it figured out. Right, beta. Q is kind of ripping. But honestly, complete shit show today. Even though it made that all-time high. Terrible chart. Spy a little cleaner, but I mean cleaner morning move for sure. That's why. Alright, we're on a figure here. Oh, bench pressure was 472.50. We just dipped right to that at open. That's hard. That was a low day. I think the Qs are going to make a new high today. I think. If they don't, it's not good for today. Is that Frankie? Yeah, it's Frankie. Oh. They've done a lot of work. What the fuck? Go shop now that they got. Oh my god. Why are they all over these 206s for 3? They're shopping y'all. Yeah, they are. That fucking is right. Time through. Let's go, boys.
DZS Sniper SPY wants to make a new high 15-minute and then drop to 474.60. So we still have an hour and 50 minutes left. Yeah, there's a potential. I mean, right now the Qs are also trying to break out and make a new high. So if they don't, that's kind of actually bearish. But if they do, yeah. So I'll flip that on. So you're saying SPY wants to make a new high and then drop to 474.60. So SPY will make a new high. Well, right now we're below 474.60. So if it makes a new high, you know, a new high would be 474.47. So it would have to go 474.60 is higher up here. So it would have to rally quite substantially more and then drop to your target. So I think maybe you entered that in wrong, but if it makes a new high, I could see it retesting basically back down to these two support zones over here. This pivot high, this consolidation and range break. So we're trying. The Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure though. Can see some rejection coming into play. Nothing crazy yet.
196.55. 196. I was gonna go 196.54. Damn, close. Let's get it. It's the midpoint of that range too. So just make sure you know that. Like that's like the exact level you're gonna have to explore. Am I not allowed to? Oh, you can. You're 100% allowed to.
All right, so some rejection is coming into play. I mean, the new high force. Oh, okay, I see what you mean there, DZS sniper. Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. I mean, right now we're seeing the Qs come in, so this is almost a failed breakout on the Qs. You can see by drawing this trend line across, you got rejected here, breakout and failure. So it can still try. I mean, if you look at it on a 10-minute chart, you're putting a nice little reversal candle there, but it needs to pick up here. It can't be getting a confirmed candle in the 2-minute chart below, or else it is likely that it's going to fail. I am seeing Apple curling down, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Bitcoin, Meta, Google. All of them are starting to curl to the downside, which likely means we're going to not see a breakout.
That would be funny. That would be funny. Because you'd be like a sniper anyway. And just like, I'd be like, of course he was. Fucker. Not allowed to win. Can't win. Shot pulling back a little bit. Understood. Get it. Gonna retest the first shot morning high. Yeah. 79.58. You better bounce there and then leg up. Leg up. Yep. Alright, I put my prediction in. Yeah. I saw papers. SMCI, you curling? She's curling. There are now 69 entries. Nice. I like those odds. It's a good number. I like that number. You should just keep it there. Close all entries. NVDA. What a shot then.
So big bounce coming in the QQQ ETF here. It is trying to recapture that breakout zone. We'll see if it tries to.
Did you get stopped on that? Yes. And then yesterday's high, didn't it? Got me a good picture. I reopened, but I opened it up and out. Yeah, I got you. I might have to do the same thing on SMCI if it doesn't go like tomorrow. I don't know. Probably. Well, I just don't want to hold the Friday contracts too long, you know. Oh yeah. Because that's what I'm in right now, which is fine for now. But I need to move tomorrow, or else I'm gonna roll it up. I'll probably do same strike. But out. Yeah. Oh yeah. What are you in? 400s? No, not even. I'm in 322.50s. I can roll it up probably though. Get cheaper cons. 322.50. Mike, you just called out UPST calls. 323. Oh, you know, Upstart 100% is a specter.
Qs, big push in the Qs. Big push in the Qs coming in. NVIDIA's curling, Apple's curling, Google's pushing. So everything is starting to rally again.
Ready for the T-Rex. Shot getting the bounce. Very nice one. What is it, 55s? That would be one to see. Oh my god.
All right, so Qs are again pushing for a new high of day. Dollar's also starting to curl up. We'll see if the dollar rejects it or if it can manage to push through.
Which ones? All of them. 50s. Bro, if you think those are expensive, fucking trade SMCI with me. Oh no, I am. How much did I pay? But like relatively speaking, yeah, no, I guess these are more than that. All right, Bob, I must be ripping here. Well, you're not even looking at the chart. You just got your screen on the positions. You're like, shit, must be going up. Yeah, but the count's going up. Yeah, ripping new high a day. Nice. We're 75.90. I could get over 70. Probably still yeah. All right, cool. Almost at next target. 76, 76.5, and then 77.7. Still haven't retested that high from this morning, so probably got to do that. That level is 79.58. So 79.58 needs that hold. Like at the very most, 79.40. So that's where like the actual bodies of those of the top we had this morning.
So markets still tried breaking out there, create a lower high off the failed breakout. This looks like it could come down in the last hour and a half based off of this failed breakout. I'm also seeing the Dixie trying to curl up here as well. So with a failed breakout and a curling Dixie, expect some downside in the market. I'm still holding my Q short, Tesla short, SPY short. And we banked on our coin, our Mara.
And there's XOM yesterday is how to deal with next. Watch Walmart pushing that level. Yeah. Should get smacked. No. Don't do that. But yeah. Good for real. Wow. I took these goddamn ears. And there's supposed to be a swing. Should just go.
shop. Retest that 79.58. Let's leg up.
Whoa. Team is fucking squeezing.
SMCI, nice pop to pre-market lows. We need to clear this 200 EMA. We could actually get a nice little move on the day here. But still gonna stay in the range.
I messed up. Drop.
Oxy, $6 calls on the money. Wish I had them.
What the hell? Monkey Walmart. Oh my god. My gear.
What's she doing?
Oh, it's fucking ripping. It's a fucking
Base ripper.
trade vertical on another quiz.
Dude.
That's what they call it, right?
Yeah, man. Wow, it's beautiful.
Hello.
Netflix was really vertical too. I mean, it's just consolidating now. It's holding well, but that was, right when that 10:30 my time candle hit. 25. Jeez. I buy more shop if we hit that level I was talking about intraday. Let's see. Meta, kind of a slow grinder, but nice moves from that higher low at like 105 Eastern. Lately I really haven't found myself too concerned with like VIX
No.
and Dixie or 10-year. Just not. Which is nice, honestly. I like not checking it as much. Like I haven't found myself like, oh, what's that doing? Like constantly, every once in a while, I'll think about it. But I mean, months ago I was like, fuck, what's VIX doing? Every 5 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
I guess too when you're trading like more individual names that aren't SPY, you don't have to. I feel like you don't have to worry about it as much. It's not like directly affecting, SMCI. Excellent. Sexy girl. Look at that. Yesterday's high test right here. And broke it. Can't hold above it. In that volume. What calls do you got, paper? Next one? Oh boy, what are you in, dude? Dude, he's in like 105s or something.
Dude, I'm in like 110s and 120s.
Oh my god. This boy's crazy.
But am I?
Not like.
Look at how much they are, dude.
Crazy good. So QQQ still trying to hold this breakout range. Tried breaking out, got rejected. A second attempt got rejected. So it's a big level here. The more times we get rejected, the less favorable it is to break out. But you are seeing NVIDIA moving up nicely. NVIDIA's pushing up. So NVIDIA's been weak all day. Maybe it helps the Qs finally get it and close above a new all-time high. Apple's seeing some selling. NVIDIA's curling up to the high side. I'm still watching it. I'm not in it, but like if we start to go, I'll definitely grab some again. It's fine. All my stuff was just dated for Friday, so really want to hold it fast.
I'm not been buying super short gains. I mean, the Netflix 500 is Friday. But is Evan still here?
Yeah.
Yes. How do you like that Andrew on Netflix?
It was good. I was looking at the other day.
It was beautiful, man. It's literally like 10% already.
And it was something crazy like that.
But it wasn't even. It was like last week.
8.5%. Yeah, I bought.
So Apple's just holding on to positive gains slightly. Microsoft's negative. NVDA is down 1.2, but bouncing nicely off of the lows.
Like trader friends, they say some shit like that. And you're like, that's fine. And you look back years later, and you're like, damn.
It's a good buying time. Yeah, look. December 8th. Stock's done okay since then, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, look at my timeline, and you'll see it.
I'm 9%. I'm happy. That's great. If that was an options call, that would be huge. That'd be huge run.
Yeah.
Did you take any calls or anything in Netflix that you've been holding?
Yes and yes.
What's up, big brother? What is going on? Jeez. What a wild day, huh?
Dude, what a morning!
Yo, leave me alone. You still in any Carvana? I'm not in any Carvana. Oh.
Paper might be. I thought you rolled up to $100 calls.
Me? I'm not. I've never been in it that late.
Well, stocks over 60 go to 100, right?
Fuck, man. That just automatically? Yeah, pretty much.
No. Oh, sorry. It's 85. Over 85, you go straight to 100.
All right. That's real technical analysis.
It's true.
They have that on the CMT exam.
Yes.
What's going on, Rado? What are you thinking about this market today?
Actually, what I've been focused on is there's a guy that took. It's always Tesla for some reason, but there's a guy that has a fucking massive Tesla position, and we've been trying to reach out to him all morning to see if like is he getting exercises?
What's he gonna do?
It's a really really big options position, and it's like almost his entire account at this point, and it can be a problem. So I've been doing that for like the last probably 15 minutes or so. But Tesla and fucking Mara are the top two traded assets on Aries today. Tesla primarily because that one guy has a massive position, but Mara there's like 1,400 unique people trading Mara today, which is interesting.
Is he like super deep in the money?
Like I don't know. So he's like,
Which is like some 15-year-old.
yeah, he's like $7 or $8 in the money, but it's a few $1 million.
Oh shit.
Right. So like if you exercise it, yeah. So if you some of it's short dated, some of it's about a month out. But if he starts exercising any of it, again, it could be a problem for him. So we're trying to reach out to him via text message and whatnot, but no luck yet. It's only been 15, 20 minutes.
Because he's now at a money delta.
He's probably partying. I don't know.
Shut up, they're coming, baby. Yes, sir. $80 for January. You're doing good. What's up, Wolfie?
You ready to roll?
Yeah, let's roll, baby.
All right, let's get into it.
This is the last of Aries investing, huh?
Yes, sir. This is the second to last day. We have about 30 hours left to potentially invest. Let's get into this because people have been flooding their investments in. Over 50,000 today, Greta?
Idea.
He's breaking up for me. All right, I will talk then. All right. No, I can't hear you breaking up. We've done a variety of spaces on Trade Aries. At this point, you're definitely familiar with the name. You know that it's where Jordan and myself actively trade. Just by far the best fills, execution speed, free flow. You can trade stocks, options, crypto, futures, pretty much whatever you want on it. They have been running a fundraising round. Now, they don't necessarily need your money, to be honest. They already can get it from VCs. But with most of these brokerages and other places that raise, they never even
investment in Robinhood in the equivalent to this round, basically that initial round, is worth over $3 million today. But you never had that opportunity.
All right, so Qs are pushing up, trying to attack that high of day. SPY as well. Russell 2000 as well. What's keeping a lid on this market right now from truly getting to close above that new all-time high is Apple. Apple's struggling at these levels.
Investors have put in over $658,000 into this round. Like 60,000 of that has come in the last day. I went back yesterday and invested more into this round. Again, it's product actively used, so I know it inside and out. I've also met the CEO, literally have him on Spaces right here. If you have any questions about the product, you can directly DM him. So I think there's a lot to go off of here that makes it really an easy decision for me. But again, let's see if this thing gets up to 700,000-800,000 invested. I assume it's going to fly for the next day, and this is really the last chance to get in. So with that being said, Retta, can you recap for people just a little bit of what this round is and what exactly they are investing in?
Sure. I mean, look, I'm sure most of you have probably heard us over the last month, after a couple of months or so, and some of you probably love us, some of you, a lot of you probably hate us by now. For those of you who hate us, you are in luck because this ends tomorrow, and we will no longer be pitching this on Space. And I think the primary thing that I kind of want to get across is we have a Spaces schedule for today and a Spaces schedule for tomorrow. If you did not look, if it sounds 5% interesting and you did not at least look or try to ask me some questions or try to do some level of due diligence, I don't understand. And I think that's the thing that I want to get across in the next 20 or so minutes is I'm more than open to answering any question. This will not be coming back. We are a VC-backed company. We will be going back to VC. We checked this box off. In fact, we filed with the SEC to close. We will be closing tomorrow at midnight PST. And this is pretty much said and done. And I'm more than happy to sort of answer any questions and give anybody some background. As far as in relation to background for this round, very early this year, our team sat down, went into a board meeting, and they had a large VC round together, somewhere in the realm of $3 million. It was an oversubscribed round. We sat down at that meeting and we sort of realized, amidst the Silicon Valley Bank crisis, amidst a bunch of other shit, we realized that even if we could continue the growth that we had last year, data clients to over 10,000 total customers, 6,000 active customers, we were doing really good last year. And what ended up happening is we sort of recognized that growth was fine, but it wasn't sustainable. And the reason it wasn't sustainable was because we were competing against people with Robinhood, thinkers with companies with billions and billions of dollars. And the only way to compete against people with billions of dollars is to get your customers on your side. And you guys are all traders. You guys all trade public companies. And we kind of came up with the idea, after speaking with Howard Marks and Kevin O'Leary from Star Engine, we kind of came up with the idea of if we can get retail traders invested in our company, which is a brokerage that gives you access to the stock market, we're the only brokerage in 124 countries that's commission-free, we're available in 129. If we can get people to buy into that vision and be incentivized at the same price as our venture capitalists, that means that we have a core customer base that will test our products, tell us what to build, and it's a real competitive advantage. So we took a leap of faith. We scrapped that round in late March. We spent over $100,000 through a very extensive diligence process with the SEC, and we filed, opened up a Reg CF with some Start Engine, and over the last 5 months, we set a goal of hitting $500,000. It's fucking unbelievable that in the last 2 weeks or so, we've raised a little bit over $200,000, and today we're sitting at $660,000. That is just mind blowing to me, and that's kind of the story of Aries on Aries crowdfunding.
Yeah, this thing's going absolutely nuclear lately, and I think people understand why. So can you just walk through a little bit of this is not an opportunity that's really been available to people. What it was like if someone could have. Now listen, I'm not saying that you're NVDA. I'm not saying that you're Robinhood, but to me, you use your product more than I use theirs. So I want to kind of hear your thoughts on what people want from this. If someone had the opportunity to invest around like that, what's your value of the company at now? Why you're valuing it where it is, right? This is, I mean, we got investors in here. This is an investment that we're discussing.
Yeah, I think, look, I'll I'll say it plainly. I think that for a really long time in the United States of America, companies were built. The U.S. pretty much runs on venture capital. Most of we're a company. The United States is a company that makes probably somewhere around $2 trillion a year, and we spend at a deficit of about $2 trillion a year. And the way that we can stay afloat, or we've been able to stay afloat for a long time, is we produce companies that end up being worth trillions of dollars. Think Amazon. Think Amazon with the web services. Think Apple, and I think Microsoft. And those companies are kind of the backbone of the U.S. But the problem is that retail investors did not have access to the ground floor of these companies. And the reason that venture capital works is because, well, you make 10 investments, maybe 6 or 7 of them fail, and 4 or 5 really, really high end 1,000x, 2,000x return. I mean, look at, Figma with the Adobe deal, right? That was from yesterday, but that was at a $20 billion valuation. The last VC round that they did for Figma, or the first VC round that they did for Figma, valued the company at $100,000. And regular people did not have access to those gains until the Jobs Act about 2016. And what the Jobs Act basically said was, if you're willing to go through a very extensive diligence process.
So big drop in the QQQ there. So just like that, that failed breakout is looking like it's taking hold. Big breakdown in the Qs. We'll see if it surmounts to anything more.
I could sit here and sort of beat the drum and tell you that if you put $10,000 into Coinbase, you have 10 million. And if you put $10,000 into, you hear the story of Gary Kant putting 200 grand into Coinbase and turning it into over $1 billion. Like, I can sit there and keep coming up with this, but the truth of the matter is, the reason that reward exists is because you're buying it on the ground floor and risk exists on the ground floor. But if you're an insider, if you're a trader, and you use a certain product, and you determine that this product has potential of being successful, well, that's a way to mitigate that risk. And I think that that's the reason that this round has resonated so well with a lot of people. Is they're using our product. They used Webull before. They used Robinhood before. They love our execution speed. They love the fact that they can access all the asset classes in one place. And then they see us go live on Start Engine at half the price that another broker 5 times smaller than us was acquired last year. They see that happen, and they're like, okay, I can sort of mitigate the risks in my head. I'm willing to throw $1,000 in this. Or they come and ask me questions, etc. I think that's probably the primary growth factor.
Still have Microsoft negative on the session, down 0.23%. You have NVDA down 1.21, but it's bounced off of the lows quite significantly. Apple's just hanging on to slight positive gains, but it's looking like it wants to maybe go negative late in the session here. Tesla's up 1.6, AMD's up 1%, Amazon's down 0.32, Meta's up 1.8, Google's up 1.05. So kind of a mixed bag between the Magnificent Seven stocks. UVXY still seeing some accumulation. All right, big bounce coming in the Qs. SPY's coming down though. So is the Russell 2000. Tesla's bouncing. Where's the selling occurring from? Meta's coming in. Microsoft's coming in. Big bounce in Tesla. So SPY is seeing some selling. Qs are still trying to hold firm. Tesla's getting a bid here. NVIDIA's still holding off of the lows. We still have an hour and 15 minutes left of trading.
Yeah, look, I think it's really kind. What Jordan just said, it's extremely kind. I think what you just said, yeah, is extremely kind. And there's a lot of things I really appreciate it. And I was sort of reaching out and thinking about this last night, and I reached out to a couple of people that helped us throughout this round and just sort of gave them my thoughts because I am beyond appreciative. Over the last few months, our company has grown so fast. I mean, like I went to an event just recently where I was talking to other financial services companies, and the metrics that we're talking about are straight up unreal. Our average session time, our average account size. I mean, people are opening accounts, and 2 days later, transferring in $500,000.
So still a massive divergence in crypto. Bitcoin down, crypto down, but crypto stocks up, making new highs. Coin, Mara.
Also, granted, right? This is not my first company. I've built a small company in the past. I've always operated in this fintech space. We won the People's Choice at the Benzingo Award the year that we launched Aries. Like we are somewhat well known. We pioneered the enterprise API trade station. One of over 200 partners. But now that same API is 30% of TradeStation revenue. We've been in this industry for a really long time.
So now you have Microsoft starting to push lower. NVIDIA's pushing up. Meta's curling down. Google's curling down. Apple's curling up. NVIDIA's pushing up. SPY is actually kind of diverging slightly from the Qs. So you're seeing some selling taking place in the SPY now, whereas the Qs are actually trying to push up.
And then he's like, "Hey, I put my last $700 into the Aries room," and he like sends this screenshot of his like bank account and like his overdraw bank account. And I reached out to him. I made sure that we could take care of him. In years, me giving him an API key over email has pushed him into going, "Okay, I believe in this. I'm going to invest in Aries." And I think that.
All right, so Bitcoin's starting to see some more sell side pressure. SPY is just stuck at this range. Qs are actually trying to push up. You have strength in NVIDIA, but weakness in Microsoft, weakness in Google, weakness in Meta creeping in. Apple's just stuck in a sideways chop. We have about an hour and 12 minutes left in the trading. Did I miss ANF? ANF. Oh, I haven't done ANF. Sorry, Casey. Let's take a look at ANF. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to switch my... All right, let's take a look at ANF. Abercrombie and Fitch. Wow, look at that surge. Let's go to the weekly chart. Long entry at 87.32 with a stop loss at 83.45. Okay, so you're certainly moving up. I have to even go to a larger term time frame, the monthly. Jeez, that thing's gone parabolic. Wow, it's actually making new all-time highs there. Okay, so Long entry at 87.32 with a stop at 83.45. Yeah, I mean, so look, you're already in the money nicely on this trade, but look what you've had now. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive months of upside. Overbought on the monthly chart typically doesn't end well. Doesn't mean it can't go higher, but when you get overbought on the RSI monthly, just like you were over here, then you had a big fall from grace. So just be careful with this one. Again, you've had, in terms of the weekly chart now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks of consecutive upside, also overbought. So I'd just be very, very careful. I would see a pullback coming into play first before your 83.45 stop. Let me just see where that is. That's probably a pretty good stop loss. So right around this consolidation zone, that's actually a really good stop loss. You know, since this stock has broken out to new all-time highs and actually confirming a daily breakout today, you could look for a small retrace back to this zone before it continues higher. But this is going to trade with the market. Obviously, the market's making new all-time highs, so is Abercrombie and Fitch. But I had no idea the stock was this strong. Wow. Massive, massive move in the real time. Where I would like to see it pull back to maybe start accumulating a long is the $78 level. You can see that was your previous monthly high pivot candle, and that's been your monthly breakout candle. So I would love to see this cool back down to the 78, and then we can buy a potential bounce. But strong name, definitely a very strong name. Other than that, I mean, other than it being overbought, I have no resistance really, because it's at new highs. I have no resistance trend lines that I see on this chart. Wow, clean break. Nice looking chart there on the upside, but super overbought. That's really the only thing I can say about this stock. But I think your stop loss is really good, Casey. I mean, since you're in the money, what I would encourage you to do is actually put a potentially a break even or in the money stop loss, because this one's going to see a pullback. I mean, you're getting so overbought on every time frame. The daily, it's very rare to see the daily RSI up here, the weekly RSI up here, and the monthly RSI. It's very rare to see all three time frames all way overbought. Not just like starting to get overbought, like deep overbought. I mean, Abercrombie's never been this overbought on the monthly chart other than back here in the dot coms. So if we draw that dot com monthly RSI pivot high, you can see we're approaching that level right now. And then, I mean, look what happened after that, right? After it went on that huge parabolic run, look what happened. Boom. Stock gave back, fuck, a huge amount. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen again, but, you never know. 85% drawdown. Jeez. Crazy. But interesting find there, Casey. Interesting find. Let's look back to the SPY here. So SPY is still holding steady. So we're still just seeing the S&P trying to move up there. Hopefully that ANF helped you there, Casey. Hopefully it helped you. Hopefully you're able to bank a lot on that position. So Qs are still trying to test that breakout zone. We have an hour and 6 minutes left in the session. And Qs are still trying.
platform, but that they're a little more difficult because they're building it on an older infrastructure and trying to put these different tools that people use on an older infrastructure. Therefore, it's harder to get that done. If that makes sense.
Yes, that's a really fantastic question. I'm assuming that you're talking about a brokerage that's like maybe a Tasty Trade or Thinkorswim or something that's built on top of a legacy. Well,
Yes.
in the industry, it's called a start of day file bundle clearing broker. So that would be like an Apex Mint. And what ends up happening is with these really legacy start of day file bundle brokers, they were built in the 1970s-ish, 1980s, believe it or not. And what happens is, if you are a Tasty Trader, you are a Thinkorswim, you have to pull the information from the clearing broker, which pulls it from the DTC every single morning. And then throughout the day, you have to update it with market data. Then you have to provide your own market data to update what you got from the clearing broker in the morning. And then at 3 o'clock in the morning, it all resets. And you do that every single day, and that inhibits things like what seems like technologically minor changes. If you add its trailing stop, well, think about it. That's one more variable that you're subsetting across 100,000 accounts that all have to be pulled and manually updated every single day. And that could be $100,000 a month, right? In infrastructure costs. And so what happens is, like a broker like Robinhood releases, they're built on top of Apex. They get to 10 million customers. Fucking shit, right? 10 million customers. We're pulling so much data. We're spending so much money on infrastructure. Our margin is so low because we're just making money on paying for order flow. We have to build our own clearing broker. So they go build Robinhood Clearing, and then they move all of their shit to Robinhood Clearing. But now the problem is they just moved everything to Robinhood Clearing. They spent $20 million on this massive stuff. And Robinhood Clearing is 10 years behind all of the products that existed in Apex. And so what happens at Tasty Trader or some of these other brokers that are really popular on these old started day file clearing companies is that they unfortunately are stuck in like regulatory verbiage because it's like I have a massive customer base in Florida. Either I take that customer base and move to my own clearing, spend $50 million, and hope that I'm also really, really good at clearing infrastructure, just like I'm also really good at being a brokerage, or I just stay and be happy with what I have. And what we're introducing is, we're building our platforms from the ground up to prove to people that you can use our infrastructure to run a full service broker. That's what we're doing with Aries Pro. No one's going to believe me if I walk into a room and say, hi, my name is Red. I've been in this industry for 7 years. I would like you to switch to my clearing infrastructure, my routing infrastructure, and I can do all of these things. They're going to be like, you're a fucking con artist. Get out of here. So what we're doing is flipping it. We started with the platforms, and now we're walking into the room and saying, hey, we're about to release this thing called Aries Pro. We're routing 1 million, 2 million, 3 million trades a month, all on our own infrastructure, our own support infrastructure. And we can take, we can now bring you, you can do it, white label it yourself, and we'll pay all the fee. You can get access to our products. So, in a way, it's like Linux was
All right, so the volume is starting to pick up here in the Qs. We are seeing a little bit of downside price action right off that breakout zone. It is getting bought back up right now, but the volume is starting to increase. All right, so we are seeing the markets under a little bit of pressure here in the last hour. So this could be a sour hour instead of a power hour. And it would make sense. Really, we've been stuck in a range chopping. Distribution has been occurring without any real definitive move to the upside breakout. We did make a new all-time high in the Qs, but markets got rejected off of the all-time highs right at this area here. And we've been stuck in this range, almost this wide range red bar. If we actually draw a box from that initial sell candle, it seems that whoever forced the market back down off that sell program has just kept us in a range, and they're just distributing. They're not going to let this market break out higher, it seems. They're just unloading as people are chasing. Headlines came across the news that QQQ NASDAQ makes new all-time high, and now people are looking to chase, and the same seller that rejected it here at that all-time high has just been distributing it since. So that's kind of what I've been observing. We haven't ever, since that sell-off candle, we haven't made a confirmed candle close above this wick high here. That was at 10:38 this morning. Amazon's curling over, NVIDIA's now curling over, Microsoft's curling over, Google's selling hard now, so you have some big sell side pressure coming into the close. I'm still holding my QQQ short up at that 40864 area. Did not get shaken out. I want to see a nice little dump here late in the close. The Dixie's moving up here. Some put sweeps on coin just came in. Highly unusual put sweeps on coin just came in. Again, coin has been diverging from Bitcoin. Our markets are bouncing here. Getting bought right back up off of that pre-market high. So pre-market high is still technically bullish price action. We're trading above it, and we keep getting supported by that pre-market high. You can see how many times we've actually bounced off that level today. It's been pretty phenomenal. Here we bounced, rejection, bounced here, bouncing again. So pre-market high is a big level for the market today. Markets are right back up. So look at that QQQ bounce. What an epic bounce.
Just as an aside, unpopular opinion, Tesla is in a 2-day company. Another unpopular opinion, which many people were uneasy with, is that TLT went 10 days. Maybe not so. It was unpopular 83, but no one was chasing. That's what I was chasing. I told about it on my feet. I'm like, I'm buying it. I didn't expect it to get to 98 this fast. I feel like I saw it over 100 the other day. It touched. Oh, did it? I was like, oh my god. It rejected a point. I don't think it'll get over 102 and stay until the first cut. Check out the wild activity on December 22nd. I took up for 206 calls. I've been in 185s or so. I'm just running up to 206. Yeah. I have one night. I like slept on one night for January. I'm not gonna do it. But now I'm taking some TLT off the table. I really approach that for my tempo. It's really up the money. So 25. I mean, 103 breaks by I only have like 10 cons left on this IWM option. I bought I bought 50 January 190 IWM options left. It was really what I just realized. Did you realize it crossed 40? What? My average is 28. Nice. No, it took it back 29.80. So I think that was literally the low. I think the lowest it's ever seen is 29 flat. Average 29. Look at Oxy trying to get back to 6. You see that chart? Look at color chart. Yeah. I think it's that 30 cents off the low of the year. Alright, paper. I'm back in TPD. 29. But for the 29th, I rolled out. I had to. I wasn't gonna hold it. So I had to go and watch the sessions on here. Go to my habit. Go to my Instagram. Go to my Predictogram real quick. Hold on. I gotta add mine in. Hold on. For Jan, aggressive. Average is pointed in be aggressive. Alright. Jordy. Alright, I'm on. Let me go to your prediction. So I'm gonna close a partial trade right now. Okay. Look at the and then here. So partial. Now go look at that. Push me on your dashboard under trades. Okay, the IWM? Yeah. No open? No, just closed. Just close on your refresh. Not yet. Not I'm shocked the recovery was not really what you needed. Becoming a house. I think predicts scratch speed. It's not even showing me your trades anymore. It's been flat like 22 for months. I think it's pretty stable. Yeah, it's what do you call this? Stuck like floating. Everything. Good thing I entered those trades. Oh no, it came back. No. Okay, I can see your shit now. And it still doesn't show me that you closed it. Kinda wanna add some more shop.
All right, so just a quick update here. Markets are really just, again, stuck in a range, trying to break out on the cues below the all-time high. Your previous all-time high was at this 408.73. The new all-time high was at 408.93. It was just a wick high, but we've been selling since we've been in this range. This was your initial sell-off when you made that high. Boom, you had another attempt rejection, and you haven't been able to get above there since. Will we get a late day squeeze? Perhaps, but you've just been chopping in a range ever since. Apple's had a nice move off of the lows. It was about to go negative, but it was saved there in the last 15 minutes. NVIDIA's had a nice move off of the lows. Tesla's still curling up. Google's been curling down. Microsoft's looking weak still. So we'll have to see what type of price action unfolds. The Russell 2000 IWM just made a new high of day, sitting at 200.89. So it did make a new high of day. All right, so with the last 11 minutes of the market, the Qs tried breaking out again and got rejected, but still stuck above pre-market high in this range. You can see on the 10-minute chart, just been a lot of chop and slop. Still stuck under this key resistance trend line. Now we'll see if we actually get a late minute sell that takes us down to this low end of the range. Or do we get a push up? I'm seeing Amazon curl to the downside, Microsoft seeing some sellers, Meta seeing some sellers. NVIDIA's remaining okay. Our Qs are pushing up. So you're having a big push in the QQQ. Apple and Microsoft are leading it. Google's selling off. NVIDIA's still selling off. So it's really just a big push from Microsoft and Apple that are causing this lift in the Qs. Again, Google's selling as this is happening. So is Meta. But Apple and Microsoft are the two heavyweights lifting this market right now into the final 7 minutes of the close. They look like they want to close the markets at all-time highs. Qs are still off of the highs, but about 6 cents away from the high. 6 cents away from the high on the Qs.
I said it like 3 days ago, but actually the guy's like, listen, I might actually do it now. And I'm getting hit by this bull trade finder last night, all night long. Oh, yeah, when I did all my charge, what the fuck? It's this guy. I never requested this. That makes me What do you mean you didn't request it? I didn't request it. Why don't you make sure tonight do not send from IWM?
All right, so they're pushing Qs up. They're just made a new high of the day. 408.92 is the high of the day. 408.94, new high on the Qs. And they're closing this market at an all-time high on the NDX and the QQQ, so it seems. 5 minutes left, heavy volume coming in. The biggest takeaways from today, I think, is that you've had crypto stocks diverge from the actual underlying crypto assets. You've had the dollar remaining weak, yields remaining weak. IWM ripping up 2% on the session. Qs are up 0.5%. The VIX is also catching a bid here. So as the markets are rallying, you have again underlying protection being bought. So look at this rally in the VIX as the markets are actually screaming higher. So that's certainly interesting from my perspective. Very interesting observations. So we did make a new high there.
Everybody get some sleep tonight. I'm fucking waking up early, boys. Better get on it. 140% on Wally Mart's trading. All my Walmart fans right now, 30%. That's a negative. I thought we had 65. It's either that or we have a top. No. Look at this Las Vegas Sands close. And by the way, when you pull that chart back on LBS, and you look at the massive fair value gap to 52.39, it would be enough to zoom out and look left. My friends, this is not a breakout yet. Yeah, it's a non-realty, but it has not even started. We are now starting to enter. On what? LBS. Oh, I thought you were talking about BTC. No, LBS is just now starting to enter the gap. TTC weekly is fucking crazy though. If this goes, like really goes over, $90 coming, $100 coming. That'd be nutty. We'll see. I'm not gonna get too crazy with it. But yeah. It's been a phenomenal day, ladies and gentlemen. So LBS, how wild I go. Depending on how my swings open up, we'll see how wild I am. Yeah, should be a good day. Do it. I mean, I'm not nothing gonna hurt me either way. So it's gonna be a good one. TGP, you dog. Love it. Closing strong. Have you ever decided, I gotta tell you, things get tricky about you? Have you ever been have you ever decided to get a everything's green except for my newly opened shop, $80 calls for 29 flip.
So big push late in the session here on the Qs, closing at new all-time highs here. We are pushing into the close. Big push. Big push. And that is the market close. So good job trading today. We were able to make a few trades on the short and the long side. So we were able to cover quite a few positions. So thank you all for tuning in. Definitely it's going to be an interesting session tomorrow, being the fact that the news will be pumping the fact that the QQQ is at the all-time high. The NASDAQ is at the all-time high as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the market reacts from here. And it is still pushing up late into the close, but overall, it was a very positive day for the markets, up nicely. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts.